And good evening, everybody, or good afternoon. It's November 5th. It is 4 p.m. and we're starting bargaining between LCS and LCEA. And hello, everyone. And I will defer to you, Jessica.
Good afternoon. I have a message from Elizabeth that she'd like me to read, so I'm going to start with that. It says, good afternoon. I want to take a moment to share why I'm unable to be there in person today and to express my deep gratitude and solidarity with all of you. Last Sunday, my husband and I were involved in a serious car accident. We are both still recovering, and at this point, I'm not sure when we will be fully well again. While it has been an incredibly difficult time, we have also experienced an outpouring of kindness and support that has lifted our spirits and reminded us of the strength of our community. I would like to thank the superintendent, district leadership, and human resources for reaching out and offering their support and compassion. I also want to thank my union family and fellow educators, the LCEA board, and the FEA staff and leadership. Your words and actions have meant the world to me and my family. This experience has given me time to reflect deeply on what truly matters: our health, our well-being, and the support systems that sustain us. It has also reminded me of the struggles that so many of our colleagues, students, and families face every day. Everyone deserves the same kind of support and care that I've received, and that can only happen when we invest in the people and institutions that hold our community together. Strong public schools are the foundation of a thriving community. They not only educate our children, they nurture the very people who go on to serve and strengthen our community. Just today, while at the hospital, I was cared for by a former Leesburg High student who is now a registered nurse. That moment reminded me how our investment in students today becomes our community's well-being tomorrow. I urge you to remember that investing in our educators is not only the right thing to do, it's also a powerful investment in our collective future. With a nearly 15% fund balance, now is the time to direct those resources toward our instructional employees so they can continue the extraordinary work they do every day for our students and community. My heart remains with all of you, my union family, fellow educators, and community members. Please take care of yourselves, lift one another up, and build the future our students and community deserve. In solidarity, Elizabeth.
I could only imagine. And all we say is that thoughts and prayers on a good, healthy, speedy recovery for her and her husband. Okay, so moving on, and I see the agenda. Obviously, you have me first, so I'm going to start in the order that you have in the agenda.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead and pass. You sign it. So you can sign the sign-in sheet. And Jess, do me a favor. Go ahead and pass Article 9. Okay, Article 9. I'm gonna start with first on the title. I just want to get clarification because I keep going back to it and I want to for sure make a note of it now. I'm gonna delete the Roman numeral and put a number 9. Not have both.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. I'll make that correction. And
We need to do that for
all of them, correct, for all the articles. Then I added the key to the upper right-hand corner. That's from now on, anything that we do, I'm gonna add the same key, since it's one of the ones that you introduced in another article. Moving on the first page, the green we had already agreed on, so I'm gonna scroll to the page of what we are returning with, which is on page page 3. And you had mentioned, our conversation was that you wanted for us to add AAA, which is the American Arbitration Association. I declined this request, but I am actually putting language. If you scroll down, you're gonna see that I added language in reference, and just in case the FMCS was not available or is unavailable to provide arbitration services, both parties should be required to mutually agree upon an alternative arbitration provider. By that sentence, I mean, it could be AAA, it could be any other party. The selection of the alternative arbitrator provided will be made collaboratively, ensuring the provider meets the necessary qualifications and standards for arbitration. The process for selection of arbitrators, including the furnishing of a panel, the striking and ranking of arbitrators, and the appointment procedure will remain the same as stipulated in Article 9, Section 5, Step 3 of this agreement, regardless of the arbitration agency selected. So with that language, if I scroll back to page 3, that's why we're rejecting the language of changing how we do the selection of arbitrators and having a door of a possibility, if MCS is not available, to have another arbitration agency, to use another arbitration agency. And you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just following along, trying to make sense of the key.
Okay, yeah, okay, so I recall correctly, when Elizabeth introduced this key, when she was countering in another article, she switched to red, not accepting language. So she said that from now on, we use this key, so that's what I'm following.
Okay.
So she had the red language blue, so I turned it into red.
So just to clarify, with the green that struck out, it's bold and underlined, but that's because it was new and then it was struck out, and the green is because it was agreed that it was struck out.
Correct. When we came back, I believe on
Okay.
10-8, you had agreed to strike out that language and then propose what's in red now by us. If I follow this correctly, that's that was the main change in this article, and then there's one more. If you scroll down to page, everything else is green that we've accepted. Page 6. And it was added, the board and the grievance shall not be permitted to assert in such arbitration proceeding any ground or relied on any evidence not previously disclosed to the other party. Both parties agree that the award of the arbitration shall be final and binding. We decline this language. The proposed restriction preventing either party from asserting any ground or relying on evidence not previously disclosed may unintentionally limit the flexibility and fairness of the arbitration process, and that will be applicable to both parties. While transparency and timely disclosures are important, grievances can evolve and relevant information may emerge during the course of investigation or hearings. Imposing a blanket prohibition could exclude pertinent facts or arguments that are material to resolving the dispute justly. Additionally, the assertion that the arbitrator's award shall be final and binding is already a standard principle in arbitration. So for these reasons, we respectfully decline that. Everything else in this article we had already agreed upon. There was nothing else that changed or was added.
Mhm. it is understood that the findings of an arbitrator are binding.
Yeah, that's typically how it,
ultimate
yes.
Resolution.
Like I said before, but it hasn't, I could not even find a grievance. The last time we had a grievance so long ago, but they have been final.
So with striking that out, are you saying that we don't have the chance to consider the evidence that's against us?
No, what I'm saying is striking it through means that you cannot bring any evidence. So what happens if you find evidence that could be lead to your favor? Why would you not be able to bring it? So I don't want to limit that because it's for both parties. Typically, we don't file the grievance. Typically, the teacher files the grievance.
So can I ask a question? Does that mean that the finding by the arbitrator would be made based on that evidence that you bring before we get the chance to see the evidence ourselves? Like that's the first time that we see the evidence and then they make a decision based off of it?
So when I was doing research on this, it said that if something happens that there's new evidence, then there will be another legal action that will happen again with a grievance.
So it pushes it down the road.
Correct. It can push it or it can reopen another grievance. Because there's evidence that supports the wrong findings of another grievance.
So I'm confused why you crossed this out then, because this is saying that you can't bring evidence that hasn't already been previously disclosed. So if you find new evidence, you can't bring that forward if it hasn't been previously disclosed. So I don't understand what your issue with is. If you're saying that that's the procedure already, then why are we crossing out to, like Elizabeth has said multiple times, clear is kind.
I discussed this with the board attorney and he said there's no need to put that language. So, and I provided the explanation provided by the board attorney, so
No need for whom?
what do you mean no need for whom?
Well, it's your attorney. Yes, so I mean, clearly it would be in your best interest.
It's in the best interest of both parties. Because it will limit me also from bringing anything.
But see, that doesn't limit it because you took it out. Putting it in limits it.
I will make a note and discuss it again with the attorney. Okay, make a note of that and so that I can go with it. I believe we have bargaining next week also, correct? I'll bring it back again next week with a final, with an answer.
Yeah, the folks behind us aren't able to hear what's being said up here. I don't know if it's because of the size of the room and the acoustics, but we're facing away from y'all, so we'll speak up
Okay,
and we'll ask you to do the same.
okay,
Thank
no
you.
problem. Do I move to Article 10? Okay, go ahead and pass 10. Okay, I'm gonna start with Article 10, special duties. We accept everything that's crossed out where it says teachers and we put instructional employees, that throughout the whole article is turned into green. The first sentence that we decline is the one that you put and that is in red, instructional employees required to cover lunchrooms and other supervision duties will select the time for duty-free lunch and breaks in collaboration with administration. Contract already states in Article 11, Section 5, teachers have a 30-minute duty-free lunch. My question is, where is this happening that teachers are not getting their lunch?
There is a lot of non-instructional or non-classroom teachers that are covering lunch duty, so there is not a specific 30-minute time that they're being slotted for lunch. So what this was asking for that to happen as well as their planning.
So I would like to make sure that I understand that.
Because with the regular classroom teacher, they are slotted lunch when their kids are at lunch. When they're non-instruction or when they're load bearing, they don't necessarily get an assigned lunch because a lot of them are doing duty during lunches.
Okay.
So the ask is for them to be able to be told, this is your time frame for lunch. For them to be able to work that out with the administrator.
Rather than just trying to grab it whenever, like
Right.
at our campus, people are eating in the 20 minutes in between lunches. And it's not even 20 minutes by the time they get over to try to eat something.
Okay,
So if they know for sure my lunch is at this time, then everybody knows and they get their duty-free lunch.
is that more like, and you can, I brought Rob Fellner to come in today because he walks all the schools, so you can ask the question.
Is that more of an elementary concern or middle and high? It's everywhere?
No, it's everyone,
Okay.
everyone that does lunch duties. I mean, at some schools, like, I know at one middle school, they will pick one of the 3 lunches. And that'll be that person's lunch. So they supervise 2 lunches and they get one off. But like at high school, we only have 2 lunches and they want the people there at both lunches. So that person doesn't have an actual designated lunchtime. And oftentimes their time gets stepped on because nobody knows that they need a lunchtime.
It just gets missed through the cracks.
I'm making a note of that. I'll respond to that one back. Correct, so I'll be back with that one, okay? So I made a note of it. Making a note of that so I can look at schedules. Section 2. Teachers, instructional employee, we accept. We accept wherever it says teacher, instructional employees turn to green. And we accept the language there. I had a question on that first paragraph that I believe we discussed last time when you brought it forward, digital equipment. Does that include laptops, notebooks? No,
Yes.
it's not. Typically doesn't, that's the way that I was interpreted to me. Now, if you believe that's the interpretation, you asked me about another form.
So that's why we put it in here is because there's a form that when teachers are required
Signing
to-
out.
They're required to take their laptops to meetings and stuff. They're supposed to fill out a form saying that they're gonna be taking it off campus. And part of that form, it says that they will be financially responsible for that laptop if something happens.
Correct, but it is also understood that if they send on the laptop, they can use it at home, but if, for example, their child throws the laptop and breaks it, that's not the responsibility of the school district. So supposedly the person takes a laptop to do work at home, but then they drop the bag and they break it, or their dog bit the laptop. I'm just making an,
Well, I can play devil's advocate and do what it does, and this has happened. A student accidentally knocks the teacher's laptop off and it breaks the screen.
we cover it.
So, and then what happens if they're driving from their school to the LRC and there's an accident and the laptop gets destroyed in the car accident? They are required to take it most of the time when they go to their meetings. I know that when I've gone to media specialist meetings, we're always asked to bring our laptops with us.
Correct, and that's
Um,
fine. We will not make anybody responsible for regular normal wear and tear. But if somebody breaks a laptop outside the school and it's not being used for work related, they're gonna be responsible for the laptop.
Are laptops insured? Does the district pay for insurance to cover?
That is something that I would need to ask IT.
They
I don't think they do. I don't wanna answer that because I'm not sure. I will have to ask IT department.
I can tell you they don't. Through IT.
That's what-
Just to clarify for what Jessica was saying, as far as like the, to and from the work sites and stuff, would that be considered on the job, if you're in a car accident, you have probably bigger problems, but would that be considered on the job?
So how's that not considered on the job when you are required to go to that other site and you're required to take your laptop with you? How can they be responsible for it if they are being required to take it with them?
We are covering your instructional day, not your travel time.
So
when
not
you-
trainings?
Again, trainings, when you start training, yes, our trainings is covered.
Technically,
if-
you guys, technically in the contract, you guys are supposed to be covering our travel when we have to go to a different work site. You're supposed to be paying mileage per contract.
Then when we get, where is that in the contract?
I mean,
Bobby's gonna
this
find
is
it.
pretty standard stuff that when you're on the way to and from your employment, that is considered employment for purposes.
I will have to check on the insurance portion of it with IT and see what's covered, whether it's travel time is included. But I'm not gonna speak to that without me knowing the facts on insurance, so. I can. You made a note, okay.
Then I guess my question is, so what do you guys consider digital equipment then? If you're not considering laptops digital equipment, what is the definition of digital equipment?
Like the TVs in the classroom, that kind of thing?
Like what, so, yeah, like what?
Screens, correct. So that's, recorders, cameras. Obviously, we will have to redefine what digital equipment is to include it here.
So, yeah, how do you differentiate that computer versus that computer
Correct.
versus?
So, Article 19, Section 1C, teachers who drive their own vehicles to required meetings at sites other than their normal work site or who are assigned to more than one work site will be reimbursed at the maximum mileage rate as established by the school board policy 0, according to the following conditions. Travel from normal work site to required meeting and from the required meeting to the normal work site will be reimbursed.
Okay.
Travel from the teacher's home to the required meeting and from the required meeting to the teacher's home will be reimbursed only for those miles of driving distance which exceed the driving distance between the teacher's home and normal work site.
That's fine. Fine, taken. We pay each used to square. We pay them for travel, okay. That's fine, but that doesn't talk about digital equipment or covering computers.
Well, I didn't say you did, but you said they don't cover travel,
You're
so I.
completely right. I gave you that one, so. I will look at the insurance claim from IT and see what they covered and if they have it, and then I will bring a definition for digital equipment.
And I understand that if it's a negligence or part, but if it's not negligence and it's an accident or something like that, or someone breaks into their car, while they stop at the store, you know what I mean, to go, that's stuff that they shouldn't have to pay for that laptop out of their own pocket for those types of things. But if it's a negligence because their daughter or their son spilled something on the laptop and broke it, I can see what you're saying for that. That's
We
the
actually
difference.
had an incident which a teacher threw a laptop.
I mean, is that maybe the compromise, something about,
So
I'm saying,
It does
coverage
happen.
outside of deliberate
It
or
does happen.
coverage?
Deliberate,
deliberate.
After investigation,
Yes.
if there's negligence, then
Right, but it would benefit us to define digital equipment.
yes.
Okay. Made a note of that. Okay. The Florida Teacher Classroom Supply Assistance Program. The only reason we're striking it through is because in the statute in 1012.71, it actually states not subject to collective bargaining. So if you look at statute 1012.71(3), the statute actually says to disperse by the end of September 30th. We actually dispersed before. We tried to give it to teachers as soon as we can towards the beginning of the school year. So we're exceeding that. But we're not gonna put it in contract because it's by statute not subject to collective bargaining.
Actually, it's what we got. We got the, HR. We were just trying to codify it.
Okay, next page. The next page, you had a sentence, talks about instructional employees will have access to copy machines and printers. We accept, but we added that are designated by administration.
Which section?
the very top, very.
Oh,
At the top.
Very, very top.
At the very top,
Okay,
sorry.
The compliments in blue.
that's under red.
So we accept the portion that you added, but we added that are designated by administration. Section 3. We accept in the teachers cross out instructional employees. That's all fine in that section. Section 4. And we reject crossing the within its ability. We kept the old language, except the word work site instead of school. We added the word free in front of parking. And then the last sentence, be reserved for use as a faculty work area. We reject that with access to a copier and printer. And we reject that because sometimes work areas do not have a copier and printer. That's why at the top, administration will designate what are the copy machines and printers for teachers to use. And then instructional employees will not pay for parking. We reject that language. We added the word free in front of parking. Section 5.
Can I ask a
Oh,
question?
yes.
So my question is with these, access to the copy machines and printer, that means they'll have access all day and even after hours, right? Because that's part of the problem we're having is teachers aren't able to get into the rooms that the copiers are in. When they're on campus doing their work either before school or after school, or during the day because it's closed for whatever reason.
And by us putting that are designated by administration, that is the message that we'll be sending to our administrators. That if you assign a designated copy machine and printers for teachers to use, make sure that it's accessible. And section 5. Accept teachers, instructional employees in the first paragraph. I had a question on what does it mean district business? You added that, I believe.
Yes, we meant because sometimes it's not directly related to instruction, but might be business, like it could be answering their emails. It could be related to a job that they're doing, at the school, but not necessarily specific to instruction.
You could be running a club. You might be looking at prices on Amazon for things for your club, those kind of things.
Or doing research for graduation, ceremony.
Got it. We accept the language there then. Okay. And the rest of that paragraph has instructional employees and instructional employees we accept. Page 3. The top, we accept instructional employees, and section 7. And we accept the crossing out teaching, instruction, lesson plans. Teacher instruction, we do not accept. In so do, you had crossed, in so doing, it is understood that the teacher is accountable for the result of his judgment and meeting current state mandates. And we don't agree with crossing that out. That is the responsibility of the teacher. They are accountable for the results of state testing. And accept teachers, instructional employees, and accept teachers, instructional employees. Second paragraph, we accept teachers, instructional employees. Moving down, there is a sentence that states district blueprints will be used by instructional employees as a guide in planning and teaching course content. Instructional employees will be responsible for teaching required essential, we are adding the word essential standards within the designated quarter. And then the last paragraph in that section, we accept both instructional employees and changing the word principal to administration. Move on. Section 8. We accept the language there. Everything that was proposed in that section, we accept. Instructional employees, administration, and the last sentence, the purpose of the meeting will be communicated upon scheduling of the meeting. Second paragraph, we accept instructional employees. Again, instructional employees, and then the principal swapping for administration. That's section 8.
Hold on just a second.
In this blue language, we have some just instances of teacher and
Mhm.
is, and
I'm sorry?
in section 7, just right up at the top. In the blue, we just FYI, we have, it is understood that the teacher is accountable for the results of his judgment, so a consistency thing.
The instructional employee, correct.
And then it says his judgment.
I gotta remove that.
Yeah.
I'll rewrite it. I will rewrite it and provide it next week again for review.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out. Section 8. I believe I'm in section 9 now, correct?
Yes.
Section 9, we accept teacher, instructional employee replacement. Section 10, money collection. We accept the changes. It was just changing the word teacher, instructional employee. Section 11. And we accept the teacher, instructional employee, like the other ones. First sentence that you wrote, instructional employees will supplemental assignments will be notified in writing prior to post-planning of the preceding year. See section 7 of Article 16, differential pay positions. And district does not accept language. Administration has the management right to make those decisions during summer months and even during the beginning of the school year. The second sentence, instructional employees who are giving an out-of-field assignment will be giving justification for the placement. We reject that language. According to Article 17, Section 5 of the agreement, The superintendent has the authority to reassign teachers, including their duties and responsibilities within a school when it is deemed necessary to the educational program and the operation and efficiency of the school.
Yeah, so I don't think that they were asking for anything other than the explanation, the justification for why out of field was necessary, which of course would be taken into consideration by the superintendent.
All right, but even all the teachers that we move, we've always given them a justification for the move.
So therefore,
then-
what's the problem? What's the problem?
Yeah.
I don't understand because it was misunderstood that we're not giving a reason. Are you finding that teachers are saying that they don't?
Well, first of all, part of the contract is to codify what we've talked about before, is to codify what we're already doing. So if that is already the practice, what's wrong with putting it in the contract?
I don't think that that language takes anything from the superintendent making that determination. I think it just creates the expectation and the understanding that you have a right to.
Correct. Put a note in that one, please.
And then we crossed out justification, but rationale.
Rationale.
Yeah.
So if we accepted the send instructional employees who are given an out of field assignment will be given rationale for the placement. Does that seem acceptable?
Yeah. Same thing.
Okay, make a note of that. I'm replacing the word justification. And you,
Yeah,
Yeah.
we put rationale, but.
okay. Take that back. We'll accept that, district accept that sentence. I'll turn it into green and I'll change the word justification to rationale.
What about the pre-planning? Employees with supplemental assignments will be notified.
There is a statute, and I'll find it in my contract because I have it on my notes. We're supposed to report assignments 3 weeks after assessments or by June 30th. And whichever date is later. And we are meeting that statute by doing the assignments. Now, we assign positions. We reappoint teachers every year during reappointment process. And basically they get reappointed. The extra days are district control because it's for budgetary concerns. It presents an issue if we have to change schedules or like this last year when we had to do some decisions with allocations. There were some teachers that were impacted with that, and we understand that. But the contract as it is a 196-day contract. We're not adding extra days into the contract.
Correct, but it does say
Doesn't
that.
ask for anything being added. It's saying that if they're being assigned supplemental, if they're gonna be given a supplemental assignment, that they'll be notified ahead of
Okay.
time. This is so that they can
Yeah.
plan for it for the summer, especially if they're gonna be doing it. And that's at the beginning of the year, because a lot of people do a lot of camps and stuff at the end of the summer, preparing their students for whatever the supplemental thing is.
Yeah, and our thinking, the intent would be to provide that. We can't guarantee, that's why we struck through. Because it could be an unrealistic time frame depending on who's applied, who hasn't applied, but I think the intent, I think leaders, that would be ideal if we could get something out ahead of time. So I think that's hopefully a trust thing with leaders. I would say if there's a specific school that we're having concerns about, then we handle that with the individual school. But that's why, that was kind of the rationale why it was struck through, just the reasonableness of actually that happening and having in contract. I don't think our leaders can actually make sure that all that is assigned. But surely if we know somebody's gonna be in that position, we want to make sure that they're notified. Agreed?
Yes.
If I'm looking at the list of items that fall under the differential pay schedule, it's stuff like clubs, band director, choral director and stuff like that, and we may have need for summer programs. When do those supplements transition? At what point do you move from? Is it with the fiscal year that changes, the beginning of the student year? When does that supplement period run?
Yeah, it should be the beginning of that school year. I think depending on the program though, you said band, we run band all the way through the summer, right? So if there would be a shift in that leader, then I think that as band leader, I think we would that band leader would know that person's no longer there. Either we're searching for a new person
Mhm.
or we have an interim that would be maintaining that. I was thinking the same thing, like a head football coach, I can't promise that I'm gonna be able to notify somebody if I'm in the search of that specific individual.
So I was thinking with yearbook too.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
We run some that are all,
Yeah.
they're 12 months, right? I mean, you're
Yeah.
running all year.
No.
No.
So you said it generally is the intent to notify, particularly where there are programs that begin with summer activities to prep students and that kind of thing, so that people have the opportunity to plan.
Yes.
I will say sometimes we have staffing changes and they want to meet with the teachers during pre-planning and figure out to see who wants that supplement. Yeah.
I would be in a spirit of doing the right thing as a leader. I want to notify my people. So one, they can be prepared, they can plan. I think it's in those extreme cases where I can't find anybody or I'm having a hard time locating somebody that's willing to take over a yearbook or some of those high stress supplemental positions.
The planning for supplements for the following year is something that administration does when they're planning all allocations for the year ahead, spring,
Yeah,
early summer,
that's,
that's
yeah,
happening.
everything goes into thought, yes. Yes. If I'm wrong, say I'm wrong.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right, you are correct.
All right, and you know, for the record, let's say, are you thinking like let's say fourth grade team lead, right? That they want to know who that team lead is. There might be some cause for the leadership to have a conversation about, are we replacing our fourth grade team lead and not? I think I will make sure that we've worked with our leadership staff, our principals to say, out of respect, if you're making a change, let people be informed of what's happening. So I can see in that spirit, maybe where this language came from on that specific thing. And again, I'm just trusting that we do the right thing for our people, right? And I think that's out of respect that if I'm making a change, I notify the individuals we're making a change and now we're in a search for that team or a new lead. But to have it done at post planning, I can't promise or guarantee.
Well, I'm gonna move it to section 12. We accept the changes on the teacher, instructional employee, non-student workdays. And district and instructional employees again. The sentence that reads instructional employees will be provided with an opportunity to attend sessions at start and end times that mimic contract hours across the district for district professional learning days. That would be the ideal scenario, but it's not something that could be feasible. The operational flexibility, mandating uniform start and end times for professional learning sessions across the district limits the flexibility of site-based and district level administrators to schedule sessions based on the school, available facilitators, logistical constraints. Also, schools vary in size, so staffing and instructional focus, having that one size fits all approach is not going to be able to work when it comes to district professional learning days. And some professional learning sessions are intentionally designed to occur outside standard contract hours to accommodate guest speakers, collaborative planning, or district-wide initiatives. requiring alignment with contract hours who reduce access to that learning experience or limit participation in those trainings. So with that reason, we reject that language.
This wasn't necessarily about like the, like the September 12th or, October 13th days, more like when the pre-planning days, we're all at our high school. Can we have them be our high school schedule? Because we're not going anywhere, we're just at our school, but the times get changed and people have to manage, they're used to their day being, certain hours, and then they have to change their childcare for those days. It's 5 days to have to change your childcare if you could just keep onto your regular school day schedule for those days. Would that be a problem?
And
How do we change that?
You got the pre.
Yeah, try not to make all the high school people have to get up early.
Right.
That'll ease them in.
High school wants that extra hour sleep.
Some high school wants an extra hour sleep.
I will say, when we read that, it came from the lens because it says professional,
Mhm.
district
Correct.
professional days.
Right,
I think we started one at 8 and everybody got upset. They wanted 8:30 and then people got upset. So there isn't a great time
Yeah.
when we do those trainings. I understand.
Yeah.
I see
and we encounter it too, like when we do when something is scheduled like at LRC, they kind of have this sort of these certain times, and they don't think, well, everybody who's going here is from high school, everybody's
Right.
coming here from middle
Correct.
school. So then you wind up having to take a lot more time out of your instructional day, like what's supposed to be a half day doesn't become a half day.
Sure.
Because we're not thinking about those start times of the people that are attending. Of course, if it's across, all of the levels, that's different.
Yeah.
But if it's just targeting one, maybe we could, I don't know if it needs to be in the contract, but it's something that we need to think
well, I
about.
think if you brought chart, I think that's something that we can actually look at. I think sometimes it's based on the presenters or who's doing the training too, to honor their contract, but
Mhm.
how about this? Understood on that side. I think the other side, I think we'd have to go back and look and speak with leaders about. I'm not sure 30 minutes either way, if I go from 8 to 3:30 or if I'm, 9 to 4, I don't know how much difference that makes to a certain degree, but I think leaders do try to respect teachers' time and honor that, and they're. Most of them are pretty flexible, except if I have a start time, I'm beginning my meeting at 8:30 or we're providing breakfast starts at 8:30, but. I don't mind. Going back on that a little bit, have more conversation, but that's up to you.
I made a note to discuss it again
Okay.
and see.
Thank you.
Maybe you can maybe part of it could start with the leaders having conversations with their employees on what they would like to for those days. Instead of mandating it.
It's just, we have three different, I understand, I get it, I get it.
So I would think that first bolt, we're gonna strike through that, because really it doesn't mean professional learning days, it's more rapid into the pre-planning days.
Pre-planning days.
Mhm.
Okay,
Making all of that, so I'll remember that it's pre-planning, okay. So letter A, pre-planning days. We accept the language of defining pre-planning days. We just don't accept having the spelling out 5 days. In lieu of that could change. B, work days, and we accept all that language with adding 1 day immediately following the first 3 grading periods will be used by school-based instructional employees for self-directed activities. And the purpose of the school base is because we have program specialists who assist with training on planning days as part of job duties when they trained other bargaining unit members. So we added the word school-based. And we
Should that say site-based, since we say site-based most of the time?
yes, I could say site-based. And make a note of that site so that I can correct it. The following sentence said instructional staff. And we crossed out shall have the choice to, we put may work remotely with administration approval. And accept the rest, or at the work site for these work days, provided there are no scheduled meetings. And C, we accept that language and we added administration and instructional staff will be available during the contract day at the work site for the end of the year checklist requirements. Can I move on to 13?
Yep.
13, we accept the instructional employees. And at least one workday notice will be giving. Instead of 24-hour notification. At least one workday notice will be given to the instructional employee. If district teams of 3 or more conduct a classroom visit. And visitors to classroom. The last sentence, any, and then we cross out media, and we accept any recording by district or school administrative personnel or visitors that include the instructional employee's voice must have consent of the parties involved. We added the part of that include instructional employee's voice because the actual two-party consent law, that's what it stipulates when there's voice.
I'm confused on something. Why is 24 hours notification crossed out in red? You don't agree with that?
We put 1 day.
Well, I know, but that's why I'm wondering. I was just making sure because it's in red. Red means you don't agree.
Or
President haven't signed it one work day and there was a rationale.
The reason we wanted one workday is because 24 hours indicates that if you get a notice on a Saturday, for Monday, that's 24-hour notice, but it's not really appropriate
Workday.
because they're not required to check their email on a Saturday.
Oh, it was just a technical question.
So,
It
yeah,
shouldn't
it's-
be-
Yeah,
It should be.
It should be green.
It should be.
right? Because you're accepting that the 24 hours is crossed out.
Okay.
Right?
They're just because there's something that happened on the weekends.
at least one workday notice will be given. So then you want in parentheses 24-hour notification.
No, we don't
No.
want 24 hours. That's what we're saying.
It's just the wrong color.
It's just the wrong color. It's supposed to be green that you're accepting it, right?
Got it.
Okay.
Accepting the.
Accepting it. Got it.
Instead of instruction.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
I
just,
just had to do a lot of those and I had to like mentally do mental gymnastics to
Yeah.
make
yes,
myself.
you
figure
have
it
no
out.
idea how many times I've gone through colors and strike throughs. So
Oh, yes, I do.
any media, like that portion, do you understand that last sentence?
So just want to clarify that what you're saying that whoever's, whatever district or school administrators in there, as well as the instructional employees have to give consent for any recordings to happen.
Correct, a voice is being recorded.
Only voice.
Yeah, the law, the two-party consent law, when it becomes an issue is when voice is recorded. So that's why I added employees, instructional employees' voice. You can record without voice, you can take pictures. The public setting. Just like there's cameras on the hallway, but we cannot record audio, that is the reason.
So visitors who have been given permission to come into a classroom are free to record as long as they're not recording voice in the classroom without permission?
Well, no, a visitor never, we don't give, this was the reason that I was looking at this is the observations of classroom was from the intent. Correct me if I'm wrong, you were thinking that when teachers or administrators come into a classroom to observe, not visitors.
This
Visitors.
says precedes, it says visitors. So I think that's gonna make people nervous that you're allowing.
Even in it says or visitors in the sentence.
Okay.
The person.
So part of the problem, part of the reason we did this is because we've had administrators, district administrators go into a classroom and take photos and not say anything to the teacher or anything. So there's no feedback. So the teacher is wondering, did I do something wrong? Is something not right? And so it's more of, let them know, I like this. This is a good job. And this is why that's part of the problem.
So this
Is
was,
there-
the language was intended for administrator visits.
Right. It could be district or, and admin. A lot of times it's district.
So it's about feedback that's not delivered.
Right, basically, because you think about it, someone comes into your office and takes a picture of something in your office and they don't say anything to you, what are you gonna think? How would you like that if somebody does that in your office?
But just to be clear, we're constantly recording throughout the entire campus at all times. You're just talking about the classroom.
But they're
Correct,
not recording in the classroom.
right.
Correct, they're not, they're just
Right,
taking a
so-
picture,
Right.
But
right?
that's a professional courtesy. That classroom is the space where I spend 8 hours of my day. The decorations on the wall are things that I've provided, the learning implements are things that I've studied to learn about to put on my wall. So if you appreciate something that I have on my wall, it would be just courteous to say to me, Mrs. Russell, can I snap a photo of this? I really am loving this. Would love to debrief with you in common planning about how you're utilizing this in my class, in your classroom. That would be a great way to let the educator know, I really loved this, and that's why we're taking a picture of it, because we want to share it. That part sometimes is not occurring. It's just a courtesy in the classroom. We know that you guys are coming in to watch because you're trying to be supportive of us. It's not about don't come in. It's about just recognize that the things that we're putting on our walls for the students' learning is not just there for consumption. It's actually part of our teaching and our learning and our thinking pedagogically. So if you would just talk to us about it before you take a photograph, because I'm one of the teachers that happened to. So if you would just talk to us before you take a photograph, that would just be courteous and helpful.
And can we agree that the notification is? Like if 3 or more, right, or 2, we have 2 plus more doing our classroom, the district walkthroughs, and somebody takes a picture, but we've notified you, would that rest as notification that somebody may take a picture?
I still think as an educator, like I would like to know why that's happening, and
Yeah.
that's a whole other
Well,
conversation,
yeah.
Mr. Feltner,
Yeah.
about feedback, but I don't love the idea of having
Yeah.
people come through my room and
And
take
I think,
pictures without.
you know, from us, every time we use somebody's classroom or somebody's school, we say it's learning for us. So it's nothing, it's never negative or necessarily even positive. It's like, how do we get better as leaders about what we see?
How do I?
So we
get
try
better?
not to be, so we're not trying to, we try to take judgment out. So we don't even use words like that was awesome or what, we tried to say, what did I see? What did I hear? In classrooms. Sometimes you'll see that even on the sticky notes, right? And you want more feedback than just,
Or how do I get better as a learner when you guys come through? Like,
Yeah.
it should be a reciprocal experience. When you guys are coming through and learning about my school's trends and about my grade level trends, how do I grow as a learner by you guys taking a picture of something and not explaining what that is or not asking me about it before you?
I think that's good feedback for us. I understand. I want to make sure that I can provide that feedback. Yeah, so I think our notification is there may be a picture taken and we can try to do a better job of saying, hey, this is the rationale, this is why, what we saw. I mean, even across the state, if we're in other places, I might have taken a picture of somebody else's district of what they had. And you're right, maybe it is to steal it because it was a great idea that I want to share with teachers in Lake. Yeah, so I honor that and I respect that.
Thank
I
you.
don't know how we can, like, how do we do a better job with that? For sure.
Even a sticky note.
We do put a sticky note, I know. Yeah, we
But
put
in
on.
Like in this case, she didn't get a sticky note. She didn't get anything. They just took a picture and they laughed. And,
Yeah.
so even a sticky note, just saying, some kind of feedback about it and why they took it would be.
Yeah.
um,
And you know what? I would say, guess what? In some cases, we probably have done that, right? Hey, I love seeing what's on your wall and that's what was on the sticky note.
Right.
We missed in that specific case. I'm not sure it rests here. It's more with us on how do we properly provide the correct feedback.
So
Visitors who are not authorized for use the classroom. Still have to wait for them to-
What we have.
yeah.
We'll do better at the other times.
This is a parent.
What do you guys?
This is- So this is gonna be strict for your school, from your school. Right. it's other organizations.
That's too.
So it's,
Or
I'm gonna highlight it. for-
that vice versa. District two.
Yeah.
Can we just clarify?
I'm gonna highlight it and we're gonna rework that sentence.
There's
But
another
let's,
question.
let's walk all the way back to that first sentence in that paragraph, because that opens up an interpretation to something other than district walkthroughs. That very first sentence speaks to visits to an instructional employee's classroom by persons other than district school administrative supervisory personnel and other authorized personnel. Who would be coming into a classroom to take pictures that is not a district staff person authorized?
That'd be BSI,
Yeah.
yeah, they're in turnaround status.
Bureau of School Improvement can come in.
And they are permitted to come in and without permission of the
They
teacher
are
in the classroom
work for the,
to report,
they work for the Department of Education. They can come into any school.
What about,
To report.
vendors and contractors that come in, like you've got a special program going on with like algebra or something, and you've got a vendor or contractor, is there some kind of guidelines for them when they're coming in as part of the walkthrough process?
I don't recall having an issue with a vendor recording anything.
No, I'm just asking if there's, like, basically they know they can't take pictures or record when they come in.
Typically, they don't. I have not seen any or have been reported of any doing something like that. The only vendors that go to classrooms are vendors that have been hired by the district to do some type of instruction at the school. So I haven't seen any other than. So, and when you added that sentence, all I remember from listening to the recording was, this was aimed at administrators walking into classrooms and recording. That's what I gathered from it. So. I made a note of it, I highlighted and I tried to rework that sentence or do something different with it. And bring it next week. Okay? The last paragraph, I accepted all the language changes there. In section 13. Section 14, instructional employees. Section 15 is only instructional employees. Section 16. And the first sentence that we declined was instructional employees will not be required to finalize and post grades before the end of the marking period grading window. And the only reason I struck that out is because it's actually specified in contract right before when they're supposed to, when grades are due. We do accept the second sentence, instructional employees who teach students being promoted or graduated may be required to submit grades early, because that happens with particularly high school seniors, correct?
Yes.
So I understand that. And then the last sentence, instructional employees shall not be notified of all grade reporting deadlines at the beginning of each semester.
So why did you cross that out? So, and the reason this was in is specifically for like seniors, so if it's a new teacher and they are not used to teaching seniors and knowing that they have to have their grades due 2 weeks early, if they know at the beginning of a semester, they'll be able to plan their semester out better, knowing that.
Aren't the grading calendars posted on the
Not for seniors.
No.
It is for the regular class, but it does not have a senior grade dates on there.
So
you-
I put.
Okay, last sentence. I will go ahead and unstrike it and change it to green. So now,
And I just want to make sure, now that it's in language, we got to make sure that they actually follow through too, right? I mean, that's.
so instructional employees should be notified of all grade reporting deadlines at the beginning of each semester.
Right.
So at the beginning of the year, we have the calendar, we tell them, we instruct all our new teachers, including our senior teachers of senior students. Then January, do the same. Okay,
If they're getting the calendar with for the regular grades, it's
We,
on.
we wondered even if we added it to the calendar, just the regular
to add it.
calendar and don't put
Right.
it in language, it's just added to the calendar so everybody's clear. I just don't know if every high school has the same
Same.
deadline, but
Right.
we could say within this window.
They
or
must be
something to
notified.
add it.
typically the second semester starts in January, so typically in December, notify them of the grading.
Yeah, and and again, I'm trusting we do that, but there might be that one case where we did not, but.
And I know like a lot of data clerks will send out
Yeah,
dates and
right.
stuff, but.
Yeah.
I.
How about I mean, if we strike through it here, we add it to the calendar, I'll make a note or. I mean, the point would be make sure everybody's aware of when the grades are due, right?
That is the point.
That is the point.
So track it through then.
Yeah, I would think so too.
So let me
Dates will be published in the calendar.
So why don't we put that, instead of crossing it out, why don't we put that will be published in the calendar for,
The grading calendar.
in the grading calendar.
instructional employees should be notified of all grading reporting deadlines in grading calendars.
Or even grade deadlines will be
Because we have
provided
detailed
in
grading.
grading.
Yeah, and we do that already. We're just adding kind of that senior.
You can rework it.
Yeah.
So it sounds good.
Yeah.
Right, who's on the calendar committee? The grading calendar committee.
I am.
I think I rolled off.
I guess
thank
I am now
goodness.
too.
You are too, exactly. That's what-
Yeah, I'll say this, anytime you have an idea about it and it's good or bad, you're on the right. We're gonna-
So make a note to remind me during calendar committee meeting. And I made a note and highlighted, I'll make sure that we work that sentence to
Thank you.
states that. Put that. Okay. Section 17. There were only one change, the instructional employee on number 1. Section 18. Work site, cross school, replaced with work site. LCA president, or you added or designee, we accept that. There was a 2 added between LCA representative and the word help. Section 19, accepting teacher instructional employee. Administration, replacing the word principal. And then again, teacher instructional employee. Section 20. We are requesting to remove the section where instruction is the one that part that talks about corporal punishment. The instructional employee will not inflict corporal punishment before consulting the principal or his designee, and in no ease will such punishment be degrading to or unduly severe in its nature. We don't want anybody giving corporal punishment, even though the law allows it, but
Policy, do you have a policy that speaks to corporal punishment?
Used to, I don't know if we still do. Legal stuff. I don't think they do.
that is something that I made a note because I have to review policies, but statutes, our policies, board policies typically follow state statutes. State statute still puts it in place, but we don't want it in contract that we are gonna allow it if a teacher requests or put a principal in that position. So we're requesting to take it out of the contract.
Yeah.
I think you would agree with me.
We agree with you.
Changing that to green, so, I figure that would be a quick yes.
Some of us are wondering how we missed this. It doesn't say you guys have to, it doesn't have to consult.
And trust me, I missed it. The only reason I caught on to it is because I had a principal. She's not here to Dr. Seuss actually pointed out to me, and I will give her credit for it. And I said, thank you for pointing that out.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Section 20, the rest of the parts in that article, we accept all the changes requested. We added a word between behavior and seriously in the middle of the paragraph, because I believe it was missing when in the judgment of the instructional employee, a student's behavior is seriously disrupting.
Yes, it's because we took out the pronoun.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we accept that. Section B, we accept the changes requested there. They all pretty much indicate changing teacher to instructional employee. Moving through that section, that's pretty much the whole changes in that section is just the word teacher to instructional employee. Section 21, protection. We accept. Okay, section 22, which we are requesting to delete. School advisory council or parent teacher organization, PTO, PTAs. So I had a conversation with Dr. Desjardins regarding SAC. And I'm gonna read the section, then I'll talk talk about it. Consistent with the intent and provisions of the Florida Education Accountability Act, school advisory councils should be composed of educators, parents, and other citizens who are representative of the ethnic, racial, and economic community served by the school. That is correct. That is part of the SAC. Each council member should be selected from a list of nominees. A democratic process should be employed to identify nominees. At any worksite where no representative of LCA is elected to be a member of the advisory council, an LCEA member selected by the association members on the faculty shall serve as an ex officio member of the council to act as a resource person or contractual other issues as they arise. In looking at law regarding that, the majority of the SAC members must not be employed by the school district. That means that the actual membership of the SAC has to be 50% plus one that are non-school members. Anything after that, when we make up the majority of the other portion of the SAC, the district school board retains the oversight of SAC membership and may appoint additional members to ensure that proper representation. To allow an LCEA selected ex officio member to serve on the SAC if no elected representative is present, circumvents a statutory election process and introduces a union appointed role that is not authorized under the statute. So that infringes upon the district's authority to manage SAC composition. So therefore, we are rejecting that first paragraph based on that language and that interpretation. The second paragraph talks about PTO. Well, PTOs are considered a nonprofit organization, and we have no control over PTO organization. And they operate under approved bylaws that are aligned with both Florida PTA and national PTA standards. Their bylaws, their legal requirements, and must be submitted to the Florida PTA state office. So they have bylaws that includes purpose, mission, membership rights. I find it hard to add, I will find it very difficult for me to add PTO into the language of a contract when it's not an organization that we, by statute, have any say-so in it. So that's the reason we were declining that, part of the reason we're declining that language. The second sentence said an instructional employee will have the opportunity to provide feedback to each year in the development of the school parent compact. That happens. There was an issue with the school parent contact being requested signature for teachers, correct?
Yes.
That has been fixed with Title I. The director, Liz West, has made sure that got removed, and it's no longer
In all the.
in
schools
all
that
the
they-
schools, in
schools
all the
that they-
schools.
okay.
There was only one school that came to her desk as a problem, and they corrected that immediately. So I don't know of any other ones that had it and they were not aware that they did not need to require that. But she had a conversation with me and she wanted me to convey that they have made a correction for all of them, not to have a signature line for teachers. It is not required and it will not be mandated either. So that was part of the also not accepting language because it's a non-issue. It's not gonna happen.
Okay.
So, and if it happens, please notify me immediately. That's what Ms.
Yeah, yeah, we had talked about this.
Okay, so. Section,
Just go back very briefly to the school advisory council and the provision for an LCEA representative voice to be able to speak to contractual issues. As an ex officio member, they would not actually be a vote carrying member of, they would be there for consult purposes, correct?
It wouldn't be changing the makeup because they would have
And they would have no
voice.
decision-making
no
authority, no vote to cast. They would simply be there as a resource.
So if the language stated something, a member of LCA can be can be a name of an LCA member can be provided to the,
Be present for the purpose of consulting around contractual issues.
not as a member of the SAC.
Well, so it says if they're not already been voted. So if someone who is a voting member happens to be an LCA
serve
member,
that
then they
role.
can serve that role, so you don't need somebody else. But if there's nobody that's on there that is not LCA, we're asking that someone can come and be a consult, just in case there's questions that have to
I
do
think
with
that was the
contractual.
intent of the ex officio title, right?
Right.
They're present and available for that exclusive purpose of being able to monitor contract and be able to provide input. Sometimes decisions come out of SAC committees that do impact what's happening on campuses in a way that
No,
could overlap working conditions.
I mean, I think, I'm just thinking, they can do that already. I don't know why we would have language in it. If they wanted to sit and listen to any SAC meeting, that's. Yeah, I don't understand, I don't know why they wouldn't be able to do that.
I don't need to put in contract. They can
Right.
come into the meeting, any meetings and provide input.
Then I request to make sure that,
Right.
it's being notified out to the staff when those meetings are. Because I know that that's not necessarily happening until they call, hey, SAC is coming, meeting, but it's not out to the whole staff that we're having.
All right, yes,
We will convey that.
yeah.
Isn't it a requirement of SAC?
It must be
Yeah, you
publicized
advertise,
by statute, must be publicized in advance with a minimum of 3 days.
But even like there, you set your schedule at the beginning of the year. I've been on, not in this state, but I've been on SAC, and you have to have your meetings all set
Right.
and out for the public to see.
It does typically, when are you SAC meetings?
Tuesdays at 5 o'clock, 5 a.m. 5
Right.
p.m.
But every other week, right?
Once a month.
Once a month.
And we're not
Once a month.
required to meet every month, but we try to meet as many months as we can throughout the year.
Yeah, the 10 month. we probably need.
Does your statute have a minimum number of meetings here in Florida for SAC?
No. Doesn't say, it just said that when you have meetings, must be about publicly out 3 days in advance. But it doesn't speak to the statute, I didn't pick up anything as far as the amount of meetings, because you can have multiple meetings for
Right.
decisions that need to be made. The section 20, I renumbered those sections because I was putting in to delete that section because it was blank. So that's the reason for me putting section, crossing the 3 and putting the 2. We accept student teacher / intern. There's only in that section, we added instructional employees who do agree to such supervisory assignments will be informed of guidelines under which trainings will operate, as well as program compensation. And I added, if available and applicable, and will be responsible for seeing that these guidelines are followed. Sometimes a program will provide us funds to be able to pay, so that's why I'm only adding that. Such like Educator Plus, some of the other programs. Section 23, at that point, accept the changes. Section 24, accept opportunity to make recommendations. Accept instructional employees. Board assistants, section renumbered to section 25, accept instructional employee. Performing medical hygiene, accept that wording. Section 29, intentionally left blank, talks about ESE. This one, we do not agree with any of that language. So I'm gonna read it and then I'm gonna go through it. ESE instructional employees who either teach in a self-contained classroom or are responsible for writing a minimum of 15 IEPs per academic year shall be granted 1 planning day each 9 weeks to complete required paperwork, complete testing, and are prepared for IEP meetings. Instructional employees will be provided with a substitute for the day. Instructional employees shall collaborate with their administrator to select an appropriate day for planning. Guaranteeing one planning day per 9 weeks for each qualifying ESC instructional employee may significantly disrupt instructional continuity. Not also that it provides an added cost to the district. B, ESC District Committee. There should be a district advisory ESC work group committee made up of 6 instructional employees appointed by the LCEA president and 6 administrators appointed by the superintendent that meets at least quarterly during the school year. This committee should review the process for IEPs and other ESC SOPs, requirements for the state and federal law, caseloads and other ESC workload topics. Recommendations of the committee should be forwarded to the superintendent and the LCEA president within 30 days of the completion of the work. We have a committee, it's called ESC department. That's what they do. So I'll be honest.
Well, when we asked you about workloads for these, you told me that there was no way to identify how much workload that these different people in this department could had and how to do it. So this was our solution to be able to help with that problem, and also to make sure that what is happening in each department across the district at every school, that there's a SOP that's the same to go across, because so that way if someone goes from one school to another, there's the same SOP on how things are going to be done to get ready for their meetings and stuff like that. That was the point of this, to come up with SOPs and to have it not just coming from the top, but people that are actually working in those fields to have a say in it.
But teachers do have a say in it. Every school has it, well, at least every school, as far as I know, has an ESC school specialist. If they have issues, they bring it up. They have meetings with the district, the department meetings that they have with the district. So if there are issues that need to be addressed, they should be bringing all that up at those meetings. But management of the ESC program is a district's responsibility, not having a committee to manage that.
Yeah.
So that is a district management right. The district already engages on those processes. They do provide professional development. They trained ESC teachers, or they provide trainings. It is not something that we can accept.
So as teachers, they don't have any rights.
So
Okay, so can I just address this with, you can get that?
You can't. So,
Okay, so, looking at this, and I understand, appreciate what you're saying, but, one of the areas of high needs for the district and actually across the country is the ESE teachers. And one of the reasons I think that job is so difficult is because there is, we're talking about continuity for letter A, that we don't want to pull teachers out because that's going to disrupt instructional continuity. But one of the things that really disrupts instructional continuity is when people don't know what they're doing or what they're supposed to do. And that's affecting how we serve our students, and that's affecting people's work-life balance, because they're constantly feel like they're constantly chasing something. And I've been through this in another district, because even in districts that pay teachers a lot more money, this is still a problem, because there's federal laws and there's state laws and there's high intensity parents. There's a lot of things that feed into ESE that make it so challenging. And so it's, I'm sure the people that are in that department are working really hard, but they're not down in the trenches with the teachers. And by the time you realize that something's a problem, it's caused a lot of damage. And so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to take a look and say, hey, what can you know, what can we do? This is, nothing in here is saying that this is binding, but, you know, here's some information, here's a way to do this. We talked about workload. Well, every school has a way they divvy up the workload, but that information isn't being collected, even though there's a department. So you don't know what's going on. How many IEPs is a teacher expected to write when they're also teaching 5 sections? Or they're a support teacher and they're supporting, you know, 5, 6 teachers, and I'm speaking about high school right now. And then they're also expected to write IEPs and be in IEP meetings, and, you know, so there is and there's different kinds of IEPs. I mean, you have some of your IEPs, you can hold a meeting, you'll be done, you know, in 15, 20 minutes. And there's others where they're bringing in the, you know, the advocate and all of that, and the cameras and the lawyers. And that's a whole different ballgame. That IEP probably takes way longer to write. And how many of those are being given to how many people? It's a vast thing to put on a few people.
And there is, comparable language in other districts that do this. Escambia County has an ESE advisory council that meets twice a year, to discuss ESE issues and work solutions and understanding. So they work together. Sumner County has an advisory ESE work group that meets, with them, meets as a group to talk about things. Actually, I think the language we did was almost exactly I'm sorry, that's Volusia County. And with the work day to be able, the planning day to be able to do their IEPs, that's actually coming from other counties as well. Several counties, do that. Also, Leon County, Escambia, Orange County actually gives more money for those. They get a supplement for doing, so many IEPs. So the same thing with Sumner County. So we were trying to make it more feasible for our teachers, but also not bring the cost way up. Because when I'm talking about extra money, I'm talking $4,000 to $2,500 a year for some of these, and it doesn't cost the district that much for 4 work days per person.
And the other issue, having been a major part of putting this all together, I am an ESE teacher and have been here at East Ridge High School since 2003. In that time, I went from a 90-minute planning period to a 42-minute planning period. I went from teaching only ESE to now teaching ESE and reading. I went from 12 teachers being cut, and every time you are told and reminded how you don't like money, you like teaching and you want to help people. And I do, because I absolutely love what I do. But I do not love not being a good mother, wife, aunt, not going to soccer anymore, not seeing what my nephew does, because I am literally writing IEPs on the weekends. It cannot be done in 42 minutes. And what a lot of people do not understand is that interviewing one student takes a planning period. Writing that IEP takes a planning period. Having the meeting takes a planning period. So when your caseload is 28 students, each one is a week of your planning period. So when you get to that point where the average is about 25, I have 28, most people here have that, and you also teach 6 classes. It is difficult to do all of that, and you will not stop doing it well. So if we actually decided that we are only going to work the contract, and when we are here, what would happen with these students? And now you add that peer is knocked down every day and you cannot even get in and do it on your planning period. We have to cancel our meetings. And when you say our ESE specialists, they are amazing human beings. But to have 430 students that you need to work for by yourself because of these cuts, how much more do you want from one human being? You cannot teach 6 classes and work with 28 students on the level that they need, and you'll see in that advertisement. So when we ask for this language, which is extremely reasonable, and we give and give and give, and so does our administration, because you are in our hallways frequently, because our students have higher level needs. And that's just the way that it goes. So asking for 1 day a month to write those IEPs is not a lot. We do go to trainings and nobody asks how many, it hasn't been limited. If I need that same time to get this done with quality, I don't think it's a big ask to get it done. Because I also have to chase other people with the amount of emails that go out. And I say, please send me the teacher report, please send me the paperwork. And that's all on here, that every year it's more and more and more. You need to send the reports, you need to collect the data, you need to write 2 goals instead of 1. You need to ask 7 of your colleagues for their paperwork. That is all in case management while you're doing everything else. So if you look through these things that we're asking for and you do compare to other places, you will see that that's what that is. And we do love what we do. And we know that you are all out there and you see what we do and you help us do that. But when you have less and less and less and less, and you're asking for more and more and more and more, what happens is it has to come from somewhere. That time comes from somewhere. We're preaching to the choir because we are all here at what, 6 o'clock at night, you know, asking for these things, but please, asking for a substitute so that I can actually get this done is not a big ask.
I'd like to say one more thing also. I mean, well, in the first place, I mean, I think it's clear why ESE is so hard to hire for and retain. And at some point, you know, when you're talking about FAPE and what have you, I mean, it's a legal requirement. Like, we don't have the money, okay, I don't know that the government cares. Like, it is a legal requirement. At some point, you have to have a certain number of teachers to serve these kids. If we didn't have the money for any ESD teachers, we couldn't just get by with 0. They'd be, well, not breathing down my neck, they'd be breathing down your neck, you know. At some point, it's no longer, you gotta do what you gotta do, is basically what I'm trying to say here.
I have one other comment from a teacher. She is a regular classroom teacher and she says, I rely on my ESC teachers to do my job and they need time to write IEPs and plans so they can be in my room to support my maxed out supported classroom during class time. So yes, it might be a little disruptive for one day, but it's better to be one day without knowing ahead of time that they're not going to have them than having them out all these times because they're trying to they're being pulled for testing or they're being pulled for something else, subbing classes. So they need to have time to be able to write their IEPs and do their job and be able to support their kids and their teachers.
And as a support facilitator, I can tell you that it's not just a basic walk into the classroom and just, you know, help Joey. There's 10 kids in that classroom that you're supporting. You have to keep logs in addition to this of everything you do with that student. How much time, what they're working on, what you did. In addition to IEPs, in addition to teaching, in addition. So.
So your position on the district committee is that the balance of caseloads, workloads, and all of that is belongs under the purview of the ESC department. Is there a dedicated individual that is monitoring the individual number of caseloads, the amount of time folks are having to spend on IEPs, the amount of time that peer is inaccessible for them to be able to get to their work during regular hours? Is there anybody monitoring that?
I would like to think so, being that we have administrators in that department, more than one, and we have staffing specialists that review and go out to schools and they meet with all ESC school specialists. To the level of the monitoring that you are asking, I can't answer that right now. But
When I read the language that's been proposed about the district committee, they're asking to be part of identifying solutions. I don't see them asking to create more work for somebody else. They're asking to be part of that work to help identify solutions. The workload is a very real issue in every district that I work in. That's why it exists in so many contracts.
We chose 6 because, even though normally we do committees of 5, we chose 6 because of the 3 different levels of the elementary, middle, and high, that there would be, you know, 2 representation from each of those levels. That's why the number 6. I just want to make sure you knew that.
yeah, let me take back and discuss this about regarding the district committee.
But I think if we could start with the committee, maybe then we could see, you know, have some numbers and look at the impact and maybe come back later with an MOU once, once we know what's really going on out there.
And there may be solutions that we can't come up with here because the scope of our conversations are limited to what these folks are able to do outside of their regular work jobs, right? And so that committee provides that space.
And I understand that, it's just, I'm looking at it from the HR side, looking at the planning days and providing subs and all that, I already have. It is already a difficult task to provide subs at schools as it is. To adding days throughout the district for covering a teacher for writing IEPs, which I understand, I completely understand. It's just, it's worrisome, and, you know, my director, which I can tell you how hard it is to get subs in, and we are constantly hiring.
Well, maybe we could consider, you know, at the start, just making sure we have, you know, from the pre-K 2 level, the 3-5, and, you know, just if the number of subs is an issue, you know, just making sure we have at least one. We were thinking doubling up because it's in case
Well,
somebody wasn't available.
But unless they're self-contained, they wouldn't be getting a sub as an ESE, VE teacher.
Right.
So you wouldn't even be paying for a sub for the majority of those teachers. And if they're self-contained, usually they're less than 15 IEPs in a self-contained class.
Unless they have like, you know, lost their extra class. Study classes.
Typical, yeah,
Okay. I guess there are, the strats classes are.
yes. All I can tell you right now, let me look over the language again. With senior leadership. Let's see what we can come back with.
I have a question that was brought, specifically for the principals. Do you guys know how many advocates that you guys have to deal with on a regular basis for your students? About
Advocates,
It
approximately?
varies depending on the kid. Oftentimes, if it's like a placement, like they're a foster kid coming in, you know, have that a lot more often than the others. So it just depends. Hard to say.
Did you know the sub application is closed right now?
And it's been.
okay. I will go ahead.
So we're working on a rotation because what happens is if we leave it open and we don't have the number of people to actually be able to interview and process and keep track, then people end up being in the pipeline for months. So we've been opening it like every other month for 2 weeks. We get through those people, then we open it back up, and we get through those people, we open it back up. So it is,
It's over 100 people every time we open it,
yeah.
and we don't leave it
I
open.
think it's open now.
Is there a notification to let them know when it will open back up?
They can email substitutes and they'll be notified when it's open.
Can you put it on the site where they apply?
I believe the email address is on the website, but what I will do is add that language, yes.
Okay.
Actually, we just discussed today, actually publicizing now that we're going to try and move people around to be able to help with more of the interviews. Actually creating a set cycle so that everybody knows and sending it out. So
Okay.
more to come on that, but I like that idea. I will add it to the website to email them to the request notification when it opens.
I put a note on this whole section to discuss and come back with, okay?
Okay.
Section, no tobacco use, there was nothing there. Drug-free workplace, there was nothing there. Dress code, you had added a request that instructional employees will be permitted to wear association t-shirts. Administration may not require instructional employees to wear specific clothing or to pay money to qualify. for casual attire days. I guess that's what, that was a fundraiser. As for the LCEA t-shirts, I'm not aware we prohibit that because I know teachers wear them at schools. We haven't prohibited that, so not sure why you want it in contract language.
Again, it has to do with clear as kind. If it's in the contract language, then an administrator can't argue that we can't wear it.
What?
Is that?
Yeah, it's,
Yeah. I mean,
my only concern would be with wearing LCA's messaging in it, if there's anything that we didn't put it in contract, but we haven't prohibited either, so didn't agree to put it in contract.
Can you stand up, please? She's got one of our shirts. Can you stand up, please? She's got one of our shirts. Those are the shirts that we have, and we have a blue one that says 50th year. And if we had any others, it would be, I, love and support Lake County Public Schools. So there wouldn't be anything in the messaging that would be inappropriate for school.
Can't we just put a clause for it?
Yeah, I'm good. They do it already. They can already. So,
Can we just put like a clause for that, like, assuming it doesn't say anything
yeah.
untoward?
Yeah, I mean, I'll make a note of it because I have to come back on this article anyway already, so I'll make a note, but most likely I'll be okay with it.
Thank you. Thank you.
But the other sentence, we do not agree with that. Section workplace safety committees. The LCA committee will appoint no more than you requested 4.
We requested 4 so that we were on par with SEIU. So because that's the language they have.
For the safety committee.
Mhm.
I thought I checked that. I didn't have a note on it. Okay, I will come back to this one too. And the last sentence, it is for the last portion of the contract, it's further agreed that a district-wide committee will be formed and scheduled to meet quarterly to assist site-based committees. I just, that's too much oversight.
Well, and again, that matches SEIU.
I'm not sure what committee they have, but I'm gonna check that contract.
The district level safety committee.
A district-wide committee should be formed and scheduled to meet quarterly to assist site-based committees. SEIU has that language, because I don't recall.
We took it directly from there.
We'll be back with feedback on that one.
Okay.
This is Article 10. I don't recall, I'm gonna get with Nathan on that, yes. Go ahead and pass Article 11. You know, is that a big problem?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I know.
Oh, okay, 40, the other one. Oh, wow.
Okay. Jessica, do you wanna do a 5 minute,
Yeah.
5 minute caucus break? Huh?
We don't, yeah, unless you do.
No, it's just for.
Just a break.
Oh, great. Yeah, right. We're gonna do a 5-minute break.
I'm pausing bargaining. It is 5:47 for a 5-minute break.
We just gotta stop.
It is 5:58. We're resuming bargaining from break. Okay, you have Article 11 in front of you. Joint Leadership Committee, Section 1. Each school will have a joint committee that meets monthly but no less than quarterly. And we don't accept the language monthly but no less than quarterly, keeping the language at a minimum of once a quarter during the school year. That's the minimum. They can meet monthly if they choose to at each school. I will leave the administration of that committee decide that. The part of the LCA representative, there's a portion about appointed from within the work site, but you put a sentence appointed by the LCA president or designee for a representative, for that committee. We added the word from within the work site because I'm assuming that if you appoint somebody, it will be from an employee from that work site, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the only reason for me adding that language there. And if committee meetings take place during contract hours, a coverage plan will be adopted. If necessary, there will be an agenda. We do not accept jointly developed for all committee meetings. And correct me if I'm wrong, principal, but even if there is an agenda that it's a plain agenda, committee members can add to that agenda during a meeting. So minutes should be taken, but minutes should not be responsibility of the LCA representative. We don't accept that language for the simple fact that there should be I'm not expecting the LCA representative to be the one collecting the minutes, but there should be a rotation of people taking minutes. It shouldn't be only the LCA representative. So that was the reason for the rejecting that language. And we accept the minutes should be emailed, but we want to keep or made available to all instructional staff members. We reject within 2 business days. Things happen, but we accept the language after each meeting. And all instructional staff in the bargaining unit will be compensated at their hourly rate of pay for committee meetings attended outside. We accept instructional employee contract time. This includes meetings after the end of the instructional contract year and before pre-planning for the upcoming school year. We do not accept that sentence. Section A, extra student supervision. We accept all the language there. The last sentence stated instructional employees required to provide student supervision after the student instructional day will be given the opportunity for release time. And when we added the word when reasonable, unless it is their scheduled equitable duty rotation. We accept that portion of the language.
What's your definition of when's reasonable? I think that's too loose of a word. It's, I mean, that's subjective.
Or when would it be unreasonable?
Principals, do you have an example? You think of one?
No.
So we
I put the supervision when. This was not able to lack that late buses.
late buses,
Well, but that's the whole point of this, is that if they have to stay late because of late buses, that they're gonna get the time, to be able to have release time at a different time.
Right, well, that's
The-
what, and we agreed, right, it's scheduled equitable duty rotation, so that same person isn't, so that we agreed that with your language.
Right, but
when
what's
would
the
the
when
release time be unreasonable?
Right,
Cause it says they'll be given the opportunity for release time when reasonable. That assumes that at some point it would be unreasonable. And I don't understand what that would be. What would be an unreasonable request for release time?
Yeah.
If buses are 15 minutes, 30 minutes late and you require an instructional employee to be there, they shouldn't do it for free.
Right, yeah, right, no, when we agree, I agree with you, right, I think that when reasonable is like, when am I allowing you to give you that time
That
back?
time back.
But that's,
So then
it's in the contract somewhere that when we ask for time off, it has to be approved.
Right. I mean,
correct,
Release time is time off.
Yeah, and I don't wanna speak for everybody, but I know during middle school, we do have an issue that is about 5 minutes beyond teacher contract time, and we did an MOU that says, because we can't contain all of these children, that we will do an MOU 5 minutes a day, and we will swap your time on a teacher workday. But that's indicative of just our school. So if it's like an every single day thing, which for us, it is an every single day thing.
So is it swapped for work at home or is it swapped that it's release time?
No,
it's release time, they don't, they're not required to work that day.
Cause that seems to be a problem across other middle schools. I know of one where pretty much it's almost every day that it's 5 minutes and there is no MOU. That seems like that should be kind of.
we'll strike it through. We'll strike through the reasonable, when
Thank you.
reasonable.
Thank you.
Already marked it. I have it marked on this. Okay. B, emergency procedures, had just instructional employee, accept all those. The section says instructional employees shall not be required to return to campus after a student and a staff dismissal during an emergency or inclement weather situation. That-
This was because during the hurricane, I think last year or the year before, after high school was dismissed,
And
there
then
was an
elementary.
email that went out from this district, from IT, saying that everything needed to be unplugged and needed to be moved away and covered. And it was expected for the instructional staff to go back and do that. And it was, the way it was written that way. And so that's what the point was in this. If they've already been released, then that's on IT, because they should have sent that out before the teachers were released for the day.
And at least, two schools that I know of, the principal also emailed the teachers and told them to go back to the school, even though they were home. And we were supposed to be able to use that time to get ready for the emergency in our households. And I mean, I was talking to a brand new teacher who was afraid to not go and do that.
About that.
Because if we don't have this in the contract, then that could be interpreted as.
Yeah, right, and I think
subordination.
that first part, I put why, I was wondering what the rationale was behind that piece, I mean, we wouldn't want that, right?
Yeah,
Right.
The second piece, though, it's kind of an unrealistic communication. I don't know if something emergency happens. I don't know if we can actually get communication out prior to. when
But-
everything hits.
Right, but why would you require them to come back to campus?
No, that's, I mean, the first piece,
He's
I,
saying the
I,
first
I agree
part.
with you. The second
Right.
piece, any communication or directed to instructor employees to address on-campus duties must be communicated before dismissal. Okay, if it's that whole unplug thing, yeah, I just don't know what other communication you're looking for, like, hey, stay home, make sure you have your laptops. I don't know exactly what transpires then.
So this communication was specific on things that you had to do on
Prior,
campus before
before
you
leaving,
left.
yeah, right.
Yes,
You should know that. Yes, we would agree with that, right?
So I'm on striking the first sentence. I'm accepting that language. And the second sentence, any communication or directive to instructional employees to address on-campus duties must be communicated before dismissal.
because that's why it says address on-campus duties. So it's on-campus duties that they have to do. That's why it says that.
I don't know. I mean, can we add like to the best of our ability? I can't guarantee every time, but we're not gonna make you come back. If there's something like that, then it is the school's leader's responsibility.
Yeah, so what they're looking for
Right.
is to avoid that concern that it'll be seen as insubordinate if somebody's.
Right. And in our language, we don't want to put any district employee in a harm's way
Harm's
either
way,
to come
correct.
back. So that would be a safety risk for us. So I think we agree with that, right? But just you guys will call and make sure that.
Instructional employees to address on-campus.
Can we just say, you know, when, I don't know what that language, like when possible or when that's, again, I can't guarantee that. Yeah, but that's reasonable. What's reasonable is the
That's
thing,
reasonable.
I know.
Well, in all honesty, if it has to do with the technology, that should have been able to go out earlier because that's something that IT knows. If we're gonna be, if there's a storm coming, they know that they're gonna have us do that. So they should be sending that out
Yeah,
beforehand.
or that's a protocol that's in place already.
Right,
So to be honest with you, with the first sentence accepting it, that's implied. We will be communicating. I'm dismissing you. I'm not expecting you to come back and do anything. So
Yes, yes.
it's fine the way it is without that second sentence.
okay.
C, start and end times, and we reject the start and end times and will not change once they are set in each quarter. And we request to keep the current language because that leaves the school with the opportunity to make changes that would benefit them, the employees, on per site. It will be too rigid for me to implement that throughout the entire district. And the needs of a school site can evolve rapidly, so every school is different. So when it comes to that, and the language provides that opportunity for them to evolve within their school. And looking at that section. The language, if an alternative schedule reduces an instructional employee schedule planning period, this will be accounted for in the alternative schedule to give planning time back to the impacted instructional employee.
So that means like, for instance, testing, if teachers are testing and their planning's in the morning and they're testing, they lose their planning. So there needs to be something in the schedule to give them back that planning time. And that does happen often.
Yes, some schools will set the schedule so that the testing is always 1 through 4. So if you have a planning period that isn't one of those 4 periods, then you lose it every time. And then, but people that have planning periods, 5, 6, and 7 get their planning period. So that's what we're trying to address here. Maybe it's not worded well, but that's.
And
what
I
we're
think
trying to
we
address.
understand that it's the same thing if I have a pep rally and it's the end of the day all the time. We have tried to work with schools. I have schools that have a detailed calendar of when people are off, so they give their time back. So I think it's just a matter of us working with each school to make sure things are fair. If I miss my time, I can't guarantee it's gonna be perfect though either, but we do want to try to honor that time.
And I know we've tried like rotating,
Yeah.
certain things, but it doesn't, and so there has been some effort made at our site to do that, but I don't know what's happening.
I know when I interviewed others, some schools will say if it's a testing time, they might actually get more planning time that time because they're not on that rotation. So in the end, they showed me the minutes where it did work out. So I don't know. I don't know, every school probably doesn't operate exactly that way, but.
Yeah, we just.
We did a daily one where you get, everybody gets a planning, but it's only like 12 minutes, but we asked our staff, hey, which would you prefer? 12 minutes is much time. Especially.
That's not bad.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something that we can,
Modify.
I don't know how to modify that.
I know, that was not the point.
Mhm.
I mean, like, we just, this is trying to process, we think about it, just flipping the schedule.
Yeah.
And it's alternating, like, if you go 1 through 6, then it goes to 1 next place. Try to do the best you can, to prove that you stand with go on. I don't know.
Well, and the other thing you could do is if you know that,
There's-
teachers are gonna be impacted, maybe give them back their Wednesday that week. Instead of doing meetings, so that
Yeah,
they can
that-
have that. planning.
I think that's our try. Yeah. That makes sense. It's a valid.
I think we had tried, we can make an attempt to that, but accepting it in contract and then we won't be able to meet it because of testing schedules or whatever it may be. Probably one of the hardest times is through testing. That's pretty much the hardest one, but we're mandated by state to test. So it's very difficult to accommodate schedules. So that was the reason why we had not accepted that language. And section E. And we do not accept adding the word remediation to the contract. And we'll keeping intervention and acceleration block and of grade level standards within the master schedule we accept. The joint leadership committee shall review the data quarterly and solicit input from instructional employees regarding goals for intervention acceleration we accept without the word remediation. The joint leadership committee will have the autonomy to determine if there need to be a block of time in the master schedule for this purpose. If there is a specific time in the master schedule for remediation, intervention, acceleration, the time shall not exceed 30 minutes per instructional day. We do not accept. And we added the intervention acceleration block shall not be considered an additional instructional period. And that we did accept the other portion because it's not considered an additional instructional period. The next sentence said instructional employees shall have the autonomy and the primary authority over the implementation of remediation, intervention, acceleration, instruction during this time. We do not accept that language. And we added instructional employees shall not be required to produce and took out the word no, but accept official lesson planning documentation. Cross out should be required and keep for the intervention and acceleration block time. And we added no instructional employee evaluations. The last sentence, we moved around the words. That's why the formal and informal are analyzed. No instructional employee evaluations such as walkthroughs or observations, whether they're formal or informal, will be done during this period without the request of the instructional employee, since it is not a true additional instructional period. And I redid that sentence like that because I believe that was your intent. You don't want observations at all,
Unless the employee. wants it.
unless the employee wants it.
Yeah.
So, but administrators still can go into that during that time into the classroom.
So just to clarify, that's the instructional personnel request.
Correct, for an employee might request, I want an extra walkthrough.
Yeah, yeah.
But for the team, for the actual evaluation tool.
What's the definition of a walkthrough?
Which one?
About the team and the walkthrough part.
The last sentence means that no instructional employee evaluations such as walkthroughs, there is an actual section in team that you can do walkthroughs.
No.
And if you do one, it can only be rated at applying or innovating. So that's what I meant. Walkthroughs or observations that are formal or informal
Okay.
during the
We just need a clarification on.
Yeah,
walkthroughs to make
intervention,
sure that had a
acceleration.
team.
Correct.
And
So-
teacher request.
Unless teacher requested, because I've had teachers request that during that time, and so. So I reworded that sentence to make sure it dictated that what I wanted to clarify is that administrators still can go into those classrooms during that time.
Yes.
And
So we have a couple questions.
okay,
I'm gonna ask Lisa to, step up for a minute. Go ahead, Lisa. She helped us with this language, so. She's like,
Let me listen.
I guess the first question would be, what is the rationale behind removing remediation?
And
Because
just,
it is a term that is used to support students.
yeah, just from the vernacular of what it means, remediation means below grade level, so we're trying to avoid that. So it's still intervention, I'm intervening, or I'm accelerating learning, that's all.
So my understanding of intervention is that students are being provided with instruction that is based off of their individual needs.
Could be.
So a lot of times what we see in schools is this confusion of what am I doing with students? That is considered an intervention because we use the NTSS framework. So we have students who are placed in a tier 2 or tier 3 intervention, and those interventions have to be specifically based on individual student needs.
Yeah.
But I recognize as a district, we do have learning around the PLC model, which does include a lot of talk about intervention in terms of intervening on benchmark standards. But an intervention in its true form should be supporting students where they're at to get them to be performing at grade level benchmark.
Yeah, well, if you're talking tier 3 shouldn't be during our intervention acceleration block. Tier 3 is above and beyond. So if you think that would be middle school, high school, that would be intensive reading. That would be our tier 3. In elementary, it might be a pullout that I'm actually giving extra support to. So I think you and I could have conversation around that. I think the remediation is just more, I'm sending kids to remediation. I think it's just more of a mindset on the language, that's all. Am I gonna be teaching them where they're at? Yes, possibility. I can do that with intervention or acceleration. I think that's just the language choice.
My next question would be around striking out the sentence around instructional employees having the autonomy and primary authority over the implementation of this instruction. I'm not sure why we don't want teachers to have a say or
Right.
be able to say whether or not they're providing the intervention during that time.
Yeah, I think teachers do have a say. I mean, collectively, if I'm meeting in my team meeting, right? We might say, hey, you're taking these kids, I have these kids, this is what we're gonna do. I think we do have that, but it's a joint.
So one of the conversations that we did have before is that the reality is this is adding to our instructional plate. So when we think about the language that says no lesson plan, we talked about this last time. When you ask us to provide a lesson during an additional time, that requires a level of planning and prep to be the most effective teacher we can during that time. And in some cases, you're asking me, and I'm speaking from the elementary level, you're asking me to plan my tier 1 instruction for all students, plan my small group instruction for all students, and now I have to plan an additional lesson to invite other students into my room because they need this skill. I already don't have the time and capacity in my contractual time to plan for my tier 1 and my small group. And at the elementary level, oftentimes that looks like multiple subject areas. So as a kindergarten through 2nd grade teacher, I'm planning for ELA plus math plus science and social studies. And math and ELA both include that small group instruction. It is not realistic to say that no additional lesson planning. Yes, you can say, I'm not going to require you to submit what you're working on, but the level of preparation that goes into delivering an effective intervention to actually close gaps does require additional time.
And teachers should have the autonomy to say, no, I want to provide the intervention for my students in my classroom. I recognize that I have students that might be struggling with the same skill that other students in my colleagues' class might be struggling. Sure, let's collaborate on what a small group instruction might look like, or collaborate on what scaffolding in my tier 1 instruction should look like. That is not requiring me additional time, because that's already an expectation that I have as the responsibility of a teacher.
And I think that's the lens I'm coming from, that I know the gaps my students have because I serve them all day. I would know where that breakdown is, and that's what I'm looking to apply, right? We want that intervention acceleration time to be essential standards only on what does a third grader need to get to fourth grade. That's what it should be about. I do think we have room as a district to grow in that area to find out what that is. And I think the autonomy, I think, should be, hey, having collaboration with your school leader on campus to be able to say, what does that look like for my intervention time, my acceleration time? I don't want to put it in the language here. I think you should be able to sit down with your leader, your grade level teams to find out, hey, what would it look like?
But putting it in language guarantees that teachers do have the autonomy for that. Putting it in language that the Joint Leadership Committee will determine whether or not there's an intervention guarantees that teachers do have a say.
Yeah.
Guarantees that teachers do know what's best for their students, and we have to find the trust and respect for the individuals that spend 7.5 hours plus more in their classroom to do what's best for students. We don't say no because we don't want to do what's best for our students. We say no because we have the capacity to do what's best for our students.
Right.
And sometimes it is not appropriate to do a walk-to type intervention where these kids are going to this or this with this teacher. These kids are going to this.
I agree with you. I agree with that. I couldn't do that every time, right? I do think there's flexibility within that for teachers to have during that period. We've never mandated exactly what
Teachers
has
should
to
be
be.
able to choose, and that's the purpose of the language.
Yeah.
Is teachers should have the autonomy to choose what is best for their grade level, to choose what is best for their team, to choose what is best for their
And
students.
I'm just pushing back on that final autonomy because I think it's a collective we, not just me. That's all. That's why I'm pressing on that one. I think we do a great job. I mean, I honor the teachers' work that we're doing. I honor the work that you're doing. I guess that's just kind of where I landed. And it's not just me. I mean, it's a committee too. Yes,
At secondary, it's a little bit different.
sure.
And I know of one side where the teachers basically, I mean, the teachers create their list, but there's sort of this. And then, but things get reworked, they get students that they don't know, or that they're teaching content that they're not familiar with.
Mhm.
I mean, that's why we wanted to make the language in the contract a little bit clearer and stronger. So that that teacher input would be, I don't know, maybe more valued, rather than it coming from the top down. That, because it sounds like what you're talking about is something that's more organic. And I was on the superintendent committee for intervention, and we spent most of our time talking about intervention within the tier 1 instruction. You know, identifying the student needs and doing that. Very little of our conversation, even though most of our angst was about the intervention block, but very little of our conversation was about that. And what came out of that process was this idea of identifying the student needs and then meeting the students where they are. But that's very hard to do when you are mandated to take students that aren't even your own students and you don't even really know where they are.
Well, remember, our language isn't mandated to do that, right? Our language is that we.
One
Right.
coach that said the district is requiring a walk-to intervention, and I've heard that from more than one side.
Well, and a walk-to intervention doesn't mean that I have to take other kids. It just means that I'm taking, these kids need this skill. And these are the kids that I'm serving during that time.
Well, maybe there is a
And
misunderstanding.
you know what? I promise you there is, okay? I mean, I'm trying to get, 3,500 people to do kind of having that same message is difficult. So I think it is a work in progress. I want you to trust that we're trying to honor the work that you're doing for your kids. And I do believe if I'm a second grade teacher, the second grade teacher is the expert. I don't think the administration or literacy, I think that person knows what's best for their kids. I do believe that. So I'm not saying that they can't have a voice in what they're doing. I'm just kind of holding firm in what we're trying to accomplish during that time. Yes, ma'am.
Suggestion that we should, do a work group, committee on intervention and to bring back other language for next season. So maybe we can work with you to gather. a
You're
group
always
to-
gonna come back to these pieces, and
So.
I am passionate about, I believe in it. I do think the work that, I'm gonna look all the teachers in the eye. I think the work that we're doing during that time and during core is a reason why we're closing gaps with students. And it's because teachers care so much about the individuals of their kids, and they spend more time than what is in their contract. I think that's the life of why we chose education. I believe that. Yes, when it goes back to that tier one, I think sometimes we get, when we think about intervention, I'm teaching below grade level. No, it should still be, it's a addition to what tier one instruction looks like. It should be at what fourth grader should know, but how do I scaffold down to where they're at and then scaffold back to that grade level? Oh, maybe, I'll say maybe. But maybe in. Is being recorded?
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
teasing.
Do we have your permission, Tim?
No. And I think you realize that we're open to listen and to work together to come up with solutions. I think we've done that well, so. But it doesn't mean we agree on every specific word in a document.
Great job.
We're
done.
Section F, and we accept the change of development for learning. And the first sentence, preliminary pre-planning schedules will be emailed to instructional staff by the last day of school. And that presents, it's something that, to be honest with you, I don't know if it'd be feasible. Because what happens at a school, sometimes staffing changes, enrollment changes, program changes. Some of all that happens during summer month. Typically, what we experience in HR is that people accept their appointment, and then during summer, they change their mind and they decide to transfer, and it causes a lot of changes in scheduling. And pre-planning schedules will include the amount of individual self-directed planning time and lunch time each day. I don't see how planning time, don't schedules already, principals, when we send the schedules to teachers, when they see it, don't they include the planning time
Yes,
and lunch schedule already?
yes, that is correct. Lunch and planning.
So I'm not sure why you just wanted to codify the language in contract?
Yes.
Because it says it, and the schedules say that, planning time and. Okay, I may review that sentence back again, the second one. Faculty and department meetings will not be scheduled to exceed 1/2 of the day. And I was looking at, some of the schools have pre-planning days that they do their whole meeting the whole entire day, and they give other days as the planning. So if we put that language, that presents a problem. So that's the only reason, because that was the main example that I got from that. If I have a faculty or department that has a meeting and they decided to do it the whole one of the pre-planning days, because they don't want to use multiple days, that would be going against that language. So that was my only take on that particular sentence. On days which students are not present, the duty-free lunch will be an hour, that's fine. And I just added the total instructional work that will remain 7 hours and 30 minutes, which is what's in contract. And will be included in the normal instruction book. I rejected that part, but it's basically, I'm accepting the 1 hour for that day. And class size and caseloads. I have a whole statute that speaks to that, and I believe I spoke to that before on class size. And let me look at that language again. Okay. You added the joint leadership committee will make recommendations to ensure equitable class size and caseloads. High school core curriculum students rosters for each instructional employee shall not exceed 150 students. Middle school core curriculum student rosters for each instructional employee shall not exceed 125. Elementary student rosters, each instructional employee at elementary school student rosters for each instructional employee at pre-K through third grade shall not exceed 18 students. Elementary school rosters for each instructional employee at fourth to fifth grade shall not exceed 22 students. Elective and enrichment teacher must not be assigned more students per class period than the facility can accommodate or that can be safely supervised. Okay, so going back to statute, our district is meeting class size. And I'm gonna explain it for everybody to understand. Core curriculum courses are defined by statute in 1003.03 as 18 students in pre-K through 3, 22 students 4 through 8, and 25 students grades 9 through 12. We go through FTE and we look at that. Additionally, statute 1002.31 talks about when you are a school of choice. Our schools are reported to the state as a district of choice, meaning schools, all those schools are reported as school of choice through controlled open enrollment. What does this mean? That means that families from within the district, if there's a school that hasn't reached capacity, they can apply to go have their child go attend that school. When we report our schools as a school of choice, that means that we do not go by the state mandated numbers as 18 per class. It goes by class size requirements are determined by average number of students at the school level. So when I look at all the core curriculum blocks of time periods for English, math, the main core curriculum courses, it goes by average. That means that I can have one class at 17, another at 19, another at 18. The average is what we go by. So when we look at our class count in core curriculum, we are meeting class size, even though there is some classrooms that may be above 18. And we have a report that shows that we are meeting class size. So imposing those caps in this agreement will conflict with statute. So therefore we decline that language. That does not apply for enrichment. And I do understand that we have limits and we have to meet certain safety issues and all that, but we try to accommodate and make schedules best way possible with the staff we have.
I met a 9th grade ELA teacher today who has 170 students. 170 students for ELA. Imagine having to grade all those essays. And what is in statute is not necessarily what's best for our students. Having the high classes sizes is not what's best for our students. Studies show that they can't get the access and the help that they need individually if they're overloaded with students in their class. And we've had issues where even enrichment, especially PE, where kids are getting hurt or eloping and they're not being seen because they have too many kids in their class and they are having a hard time keeping track of 60 kids, elementary kids. And an Algebra 1 teacher has 192 students with 28 to 33 kids in each of their classes. So it's not just this is partly a safety issue too.
Can I ask for clarification? What is the current mechanism? A teacher has concerns that their workload is unsustainable. They're unable to provide adequate supports for the students that have been rostered to them. What is their avenue for recourse to address those concerns?
Well, number one, I think they would speak with their principal to figure out what it is. If it's a safety concern like PE, my numbers are too large. We kind of have dealt with those to see kind of where they are. There is cases that we've actually had, if a teacher wants to work their planning period for extra pay, just to reduce class size, we've tried to do that. We've added TAs to different areas so that we have supervision. So I think that would be, we need to know if that becomes an issue. Not saying that we can address all, it's gonna have to be a collaborative effort to see where we can support that individual.
So if it's determined that we've done what we can at the school level, because administrators don't have magic wands either, right?
No.
And we've done what we can
Right.
to try to alleviate class loads
Right.
through problem solving.
Well, typically they would go to their regional executive director first, and then it would come to me, and Mr. Zamora and myself would have a conversation. What supports do we have? Are there other supports someplace else that's underutilized that we could move?
Opportunities for allocations
Yeah,
to be moved.
yes.
Correct.
And we've done that this year. We prefer it to be an unoccupied position. If it's not been filled, that we can just move that from one school to the other, so it doesn't affect the person, but definitely these are new times moving that we're in right now than it has been for sure.
And there's consideration in that conversation for, I have a class that may not be overloaded, but because of the level of need
Or
of
behavior,
students,
yes,
yes.
behaviors.
Behaviors, number of students that may have an IEP or 504, yes.
Percentages of ESE
Right,
students
yes,
in the class
exactly.
that change the dynamic of it.
Yep.
So what about classes that have 33 kids and 17 of them are ESE kids in one class?
No, that seems a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree. Is that you?
No, not.
No, I'm not. I'm
Oh.
in South Lake. You too? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm writing that down. What? I know you, I know what, I know.
Underneath.
Those are things that
Your math too, right?
No, I'm
You're
ELA,
ELA.
underneath.
You're probably the partner to that, yeah.
Yeah, she's my.
We have-
closet inhabitant.
So what is the number for fourth and fifth grade for the average class? What is the high number supposed to be?
22. That's it's
So
what
we
the
have-
average in the school.
And yeah,
22.
and to
And what about first?
right. 18.
18.
So we have Mineola Horizon who has 25 kids in their class for first grade. And a fourth grade, they have 25 to 26 in each class.
And remember, it's an average, and just to include, just so you understand, and this is where it gets a little bit weird, that's not fair, I understand. But you also, any self-contained ESE classrooms that might have 6 or 8 are also into that average of fourth and fifth. I mean, I know that's where the average comes from,
Yes.
so it lowers that class size. Or at, yeah, that wouldn't, I was thinking high school AP courses, but that doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter.
Because those are.
Yeah, or if we have we have
They're not considered.
co-teachers, right? And I would say even before this year, there's always, at a school level, there's always that one class that every student enrolls in. So second grade, they know it's 23 or I have a high number. And then we're just trusting that next year that number comes down, but we understand our numbers are higher this year than they've been.
So we continue to work, teachers just need to notify their administration so that we can address those accordingly.
Well, can I just say from a scheduling purpose, bless you, just, I know from let's say I have a high level of need in one area at the high school level. Even if you're added an allocation, I still have hot spots like one allocation doesn't solve the problem, and then it becomes several allocations, then becomes that whole, well, that's more dollar. I mean, I understand I hear you, but it does compound it with how do I roll out an allocation, or we have looked at several, and I know it defeats my whole collaboration piece, but some teachers do teach on the 7th period. That is one way to actually minimize some of that, those numbers, but it's also wearing and is stressful on a teacher. I
Well, when you-
recognize that as well.
When you teach all 7 periods,
Mhm.
you're not, you might be reducing the class size, but you're still dealing with.
That many numbers.
You are still teaching that many students and responsible for that much grading and, you know, scaffolding and everything that comes with it. And the higher your base number is, the more likely you are to have more students with IEPs, more students with 504s. I mean, I think, I would think that we would need to look at something where we can, if we know, you know, that you're counting those small ESE classes, you know, factoring.
Well, that's statute. I mean, we're not.
I know,
doing
no, I
that.
know,
That's
I know,
not-
no, I know, I'm just.
Thought that was me. I'm like, it's not me.
Like, we understand,
Right,
we
yeah.
understand you're doing that, but then maybe we need to look at what's going on at sites and say, okay, well, you know. And you talk to us, you know, some people may wanna teach that, personally, I mean. It's sometimes the larger classes is easier in some ways, but not if it's full of IEPs and
And
then,
I think we
you know, kids that
recognize
don't,
that. Yeah,
that are first year in the country,
Yeah.
you know, in addition to
sure.
being that large class. So maybe we can start having some conversations about how we can kind of look at how that, because sometimes we just push the button to schedule kids and we're not looking at what the fallout really is. And I'm talking at the secondary level.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier at
And
elementary.
I'm not, I'm not saying that I recommend that in a core area. I think we've done that in PE. Not saying if there's PE teachers that's any less difficult, just hear me, right? But that maybe giving a 7th period to there to
We're
lower.
taught
those numbers.
extended day, not here, but in a core,
Okay.
in a core subject, thing, it's really.
Well, thank you.
Okay, section 2 workday, we accept instructional employee changes there in the first 2 sections. And we accept in the paragraph, an instructional employee may be required to participate in no more than 3 evening or weekend activities during the school year. And we do not accept for no more than 3 hours at a time, and it's not feasible based on some events. We do accept, we added for graduation will count 2 evening events due to the hours, including commute time for off-site events and preparations, as well as the duties required. We added the word, did we add the word high school?
Yeah, it's highlighted.
Yeah, I think,
Right.
did you add the word high school or did we add the word
I
high
think
school?
we did, but
I
I'm
think
double
we
checking.
did, but I don't remember.
Hold on.
I only had put a question there and highlight because we wanna accept that for high school graduation. Will count for the high school teachers for 2 evening events.
Well, that's the only true graduation, all the rest.
Yeah.
You added high school.
I added,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. I wanted to be
Yeah,
sure. I'm
because- Because all the others are promotions, that's why we did put high school.
correct. So then that's what I wanted to clarify. That's why I put high school because I think that was the intent because of the length of time those are.
Yes.
So we do accept counting those as 2 evening events. The, and
Can I ask one?
yes.
If the graduation is held after hours, it would count as 2 events. Because mine's not, mine's during their workday.
Yeah, that's different. That would like that.
And I don't want,
Might
I
need
don't
to
want to hold, yeah.
Okay, so then I need to review this.
High school graduation outside of contract hours.
Yes.
Outside of contract hours, if we would agree with that. Forgot about your school. They have their graduation during contract hours.
Well, and it would also have to be if I attend.
Oh, yes.
Right, I mean, is that, I don't. I don't,
That's
I mean,
implied.
you guys are, well, hold on, you say it's implied, and that's what that's implied, then we're just, I mean, yeah, I know, right? I'm not gonna go, but that's my.
Well, the first sentence says participate in, so.
Okay,
Yeah, the
all right,
first one
good,
says it.
okay,
Participate.
all right, duly noted,
You don't just get it just because you graduate.
right, okay.
All right.
Have your graduation here?
Oh, God, no, we would never be, we'd be here for 5 years. We just better get in and out of here. We're at UCF.
But you do it during contract hours?
Yes.
So what about travel?
I only take my senior teachers who are not load bearing and they don't have any kids during that time. And I put them on a charter bus. They can go over and back on the bus. They don't have to drive.
She has no vacancies, so just stop, right?
I said since 2003.
So I added language in that outside of contract hours, and I'll make sure that that's in it. The part of says if graduation occurs on a holiday or weekend, instructional employees will be paid 1.5 times their hourly rate. such weekends and evenings events should be academically based only. Instructional employees will be given the opportunity to select and sign up for which 3 required events and weekend events of the instructional employees' choice. And we looked at that language and it's just first, the cost of paying 1.5 times our hourly rate, it becomes depending on all the events that every school has. There's no way that I can estimate or calculate that. I couldn't figure out how to come about and figure out how many teachers are used. I don't have any data that I can pull to see what the cost would be. But to pay out 1.5 times, I could only imagine if I try a school, it can be very costly at 3 nights per 100 teachers at a high school.
Well,
But
it's
this
not,
is only,
this
this is only for graduation.
and it was specific if it was on a holiday weekend. A holiday or a weekend, so if it's because. like,
Holiday, did it happen in a?
It's a holiday weekend.
Last
It
year,
happened on
Memorial Day
Memorial
weekend.
weekend.
Was Leesburg High School's
Yes.
graduation, and we had no part in that decision. It was Memorial Day weekend and it was on a Saturday, and.
Gotta be kidding me.
Yeah,
Can we do better?
yeah,
I think
Well,
we've
we tried
already
to avoid
taken care of that.
So maybe it's a scheduling thing. that
It's scheduling thing,
schools
not
need
a-
to- Or the.
Not schedule it on a holiday.
I believe that that is not the case this year. We've already had those scheduled out, but I think,
because I looked up the dates and I couldn't see them at the beginning of the year. So
yeah,
are
well,
they
a lot of
posted?
time, because we use UCF down south with a lot of schools, we get a specific week there and then everybody kind of falls in line from that. But I believe if it's Leesburg's in question, that is a different day. Yeah.
How many staff members participated in the graduation in the high school?
It-
Quite a lot at ours.
Yeah.
Quite a lot.
Most,
Usually all
But
of
we don't
them.
have.
most of the high schools, it's all of them.
Well, at our high school, everybody is required to be there,
Right.
but not everybody is, but everybody is required to be there.
Most high schools, it's like that.
Because
as far
they
as I'm
assist
aware.
with parking, they assist with, not everybody stays for the entire time.
They contribute 2 hours, whereas some teachers, it's 6.
So it just depends on what you're doing, how long you're there, but because you have to actually have a place to park and get in there, you wind up having to be there quite early and try to figure out how to get back out.
Yeah, on a school that's 80, 70, 1.5 times, you see the cost of what it would be like to do that, even if it's a holiday or non-holiday. And well, that was our, we accepted the 2 evenings events, but not the 1.5 times pay.
But I think they should schedule it. That's the whole deal. It shouldn't be on a Saturday, it's not a work day.
What's
And-
the opposition to such weekend evening events should only be academically based? For instructional employees, what's the opposition to, if you're requiring us to come for a weekend or night event? Yeah, what's an example of something that should be required?
It can limit our school ability to ensure adequate staffing for all the other functions.
Like
So
what?
they all choose the favorite ones and they won't wanna work some other ones.
But like, what's an example?
No, he's.
Well,
that's-
we have History Day.
That's
That's
academic.
academic.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Good
Like, if
point.
I'm instructional staff member, then
That's fine.
I have no
That
problem
wasn't-
coming back for a literacy night.
The
But
only, the
I'm not
only
gonna
I
come
can
back
think of
for,
would be sports, but that's not included in the 3 days. Because those are fundraisers.
Yeah.
And sports, they have a lot of boosters.
So to your point, you're trying to keep things off Saturday? Is that what we're trying to do?
Well, I'm saying like,
Graduation?
we graduate,
No.
I'm talking about just in general, like, we also have in there such weekend and evening events, so this is the
Uh-huh.
whole 3 night evening and weekend event section. In section 2, after the 1.5 hourly, which is separate, weekend and evening events should be academically based only. Like, what is an example of one that,
That's not academic? I
Yes.
could say a football game got rained out on Friday night and we have to finish it. It's a district game on Saturday. I might need,
But that
I
wouldn't
might
count
need
for
person.
your-
I-
that wouldn't
That
count
would
for
count.
your
Well, if
3
I was a
nights.
ticket taker, I don't know. That does count as one of theirs.
It doesn't count as one of your nights.
Well, some schools it does.
It can't, it's actually,
Oh,
it's not
well.
allowed to because it's a fundraising. Fundraisers are not allowed to count for these.
I guess that's the question of,
Yeah.
as a teacher, why should ticket taking be a thing that I'm required to come back as instructional to take tickets for a non-academic thing? I'm an instructional employee. I'm not a professional ticket taker. That's not what I'm paid to do. I'm not improving test scores or providing instruction to a student
Yeah.
by taking a ticket on a Saturday morning.
Well, let's just say ticket taking is not a fundraising activity.
It is.
It's not.
It is. You're making money, The whole point is doing.
It's not, and it's not. It has been expressed, that has been defined, we've discussed it many times, even prior to me. Mr. Farnsworth has always said, ticket taking is not a fundraiser activity.
What does it do then? It raises funds.
The actual act of ticket taking is a component of a school operation. It's not a fundraising activity.
You don't fill out a form.
You don't, he can say, you don't fill out a fundraising form, that's an example, but it's not a fundraising activity. And that's been a topic even back before Kathy with Mr.
That's right, that's all.
Yeah, it's been going on forever. So I mean, we can discuss that section of activities, but I don't know what other activities are there.
Yeah, I don't know, I mean, the ones that when I talk to them, it's open
Well,
house.
see, that's the thing, like open, I don't think anyone's debating open.
Yeah, right,
house.
I'm trying to think,
We're
what
trying
do
to
we count
think.
as there three typically, it's.
I say open house, graduation are the two big ones for high school,
Yeah.
and then some years it's been an additional open house or a Title I night. I mean, those are all academic things, like, I don't think any teacher is gonna say no, like,
Awards nights.
awards night, like, those are all like. academically things.
Literacy nights,
Literacy nights.
science nights, those are all our STEAM, they have an elementary a lot.
The stuff we do
Those
through
are
staff
all-
with parent.
Yeah, parent
Nice.
involvement.
Those are all academic.
I don't think though, on some of those, like we volunteer, it's not like those are the required necessarily, but I do hear you. Some might be because that's my responsibility, right?
And to your point, you're talking about the sentence, such weekends and evening events should be academically based only.
For instructional staff, it should be academically based things that we're required to attend.
But we have sporting events.
Yeah. So I mean, is graduation academic?
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Yeah, right, okay, so I mean, so that on Saturday we got, right, so I don't know what else we're debating.
Sporting events, ticket taking, that's what they're debating.
Yeah, well, that's not in this,
What's the next?
It's the next part.
It's all connected.
It's all connected, so let me keep on. So we accept all the instructional employee language, the part of fundraising activities. Instructional employees will not be required to attend evening or weekend activities that are primarily designed as fundraising events. And we cross out such as athletic, we crossed out all that because ticket taking is not a fundraising event. And we looked at the $20. I do understand that there might be a school or some that may pay some compensation for fundraising events, but that's to the discretion of the school.
We actually discussed that with the county athletic director, and they said that there should not be a problem with athletics to pay the $20 for an hour for ticket takers.
that might be news, yeah.
That's news to me. I would have to check that. So you discussed that with the athletic director?
Elizabeth did, yep.
Right, right.
Also, I'm
Who's
confused,
taking-
so some schools.
Said
What?
some schools may be paying the $20 an hour. Where are they paying it from?
Maybe the booster.
How can they provide
Correct.
outside?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's an operation done by Booster Club or from within the proceeds from the tickets.
Not school account.
Not as,
right?
correct,
That would be bargained.
correct. It's not. I believe it's something that's done through boosters. So, but that's all that's all I know. Now, the part of the athletic director discussing that, I will have to discuss that with him to figure out how will that happen. Now, the last sentence, we already have it in article teaching on section 10 money collection, so I did not know why you wanted to add it there again. And because it's already stated in article 10 that we have, teachers should be trained for that. Then the next sentence, instructional employees who agree to work more than 3 evening weekend school opportunities will be paid their hourly rate. And again, I wish I could. I don't see the budget for that, and I don't know how many teachers are actually working more than 3. So there's no way for me to calculate a cost for that.
So when they do the money collection, a lot of times they're not being trained on ticket taking, they're being trained on money collection. Money collection and ticket taking are different. So as a teacher, if I'm collecting money, there's steps I have to do for writing down the student name, how much and all that. When I'm doing ticket money, I'm not doing that. There is, you have your beginning ticket that you write down, and then you're giving money, and then you have to count and you write your end ticket. You don't write down every person you take money from
Okay,
when you're doing tickets, unless it's like homecoming and stuff like that, that's different. But for athletics, you're not, when you're at a game, you're not writing down everybody that's coming into that gate paying.
okay.
So it is a different training. And that's usually done, it should, well, at least in my experience, it's always been done by the athletic director is the one who should be given that, because they're the ones who stipulate what to do, when they're the ones that you get the money back from. At least that's been my experience.
Well, are you saying that I need to expand Article 10,
To
Section
include
10?
ticket, if they're taking ticket, if they're doing ticket money, then yeah, that needs to be, they need to be trained on how
I
to do that.
thought we were going to take moneyless.
Well, that'd be great, but you know.
That's what-
I think
They're trying.
They're trying.
They're
we are
trying.
cashless, but if somebody comes with cash, we have
Right.
to accept cash.
Okay.
That is a.
Okay. Put a note on that so that I can go back to that article. I gotta speak to.
Yeah.
If we're handling cash,
And if
it's
you're-
ticket selling.
It's not ticket, yeah, she's right about that, it's not ticket.
It's cash. It's not cash.
So but if there's an exchange of money, it's ticket selling, it's not ticket taking. Ticket
Correct.
taking is if they're just showing you their electronic ticket as they're walking in the door or whatever, but if we're handling money, it's a different thing.
I will discuss that with the athletic director to see how they're doing it and go from there. Planning period. We accept the language of instructional employee, and all instructional employees will receive no less than 180 minutes a week of self-directed individual planning time. We don't agree with that. Because
Why not? That's what they're supposed to be getting.
well,
And the reason we did it by the week is specifically for the non-instructional, that are non-load bearing teachers who don't necessarily get a dedicated time each day. But they might take the time, they still need to have time to plan what they have to do with their teachers or with the students that they're doing. So they might not do it into each day, but they might take a block for part of the day to make up for that because of their other duties.
And it may even be more preferable for them depending on the scope of their task. To be able to have some flexibility. The 180 number comes from the fact that one day would be taken out for a PLT. You know, if they're part of a PLT, so it'd be 4 45-minute periods. But all of the other things about planning periods would apply still. But there's nothing here to specify how a non-load bearing employee can take a planning period. In fact, a lot of them don't get them. And they do need planning time. Because they need time to research, they need time to set up their schedule, they need time to reflect on their work.
Fill out their reports.
Fill out reports. Enter data.
I would think I have a hard time believing they don't have some time to do that. It's not like I haven't worked in a building, right? So I don't know how that. The whole, and sometimes the whole piece of being non-load bearing, I do have flexibility in my schedule, so it might not be an uninterrupted time. I don't know.
So maybe we need to address.
We think
non-
about
Yeah.
like counselors, a lot of counselors literally have no time for themselves.
So really, you're
None.
speaking to non-load bearing,
So
like
you're
I said,
speaking
all
to-
instructional, which is, and I
Yes.
think they get their time, but
Yeah,
then 45 minutes is a little bit different, maybe in the elementary school, that's coming from the lens of middle and high.
yeah. Louise is the coach. She probably answered, she's still here.
I think that's what the main
From
ask is,
elementary.
just like that, guidance counselor can shut their
School
door for
counselor.
45 minutes, school counselor. Can shut their, door for 45 minutes and get work done, like make the contacts, make the reports they need to. 7 minutes, like the phone ring off the hook.
So,
So,
and not being so, I know this, it really depends, it's different in different sites, but, some people, it's highly prescriptive. You need to be here, you need to do this, you need to do that. I mean, a lot of our non-load bearing people are supervising lunches, they're supervising transition time in our secondary schools. And then they're expected to work with teachers and or students. And they're not getting a time to even just get things organized. And that's why I think we have in some of our positions, a lot of turnover because people get stressed to the max and they don't have any way to ask for it. They shouldn't have to ask for it. It should be built into our contract.
so we need to address lunch and their planning time
Yes.
for non-load bearing.
Yes, and their planning time doesn't mean they're sitting back, drinking a Diet Coke. It's that they're getting their work organized and being able to be effectively do their jobs.
Okay. Well, I highlighted that and I will be readdressing that sentence. Okay. You had moved that paragraph from below. I left it green because you had moved it, so I kind of agree with that. Next section talks about any school-wide deviation from this requirement that provides less than 45 minutes will require an MOU developed in conjunction with site administration, joint leadership committee, and the association. The MOU will then be ratified by. We reject that language because I believe by the time how long in time will take for that to happen, it puts an undesirable burden on the school. If we have language already that the majority is offering an anonymous vote, if the staff is voting on something, like I know Ms. Frana said that she has her own local, right, MOU for that. Putting an MOU and putting it through ratification, that means that you're putting it through vote through the entire district or just a school.
Well, the school,
But schools already do that and vote on, so I just didn't imply having to put an MOU for every decision that gets made. If there's already language that they can vote on to make a decision on.
where this is coming from is that some MOUs are being presented in a way that skews what is actually in the contract and people are not being made aware of what they're really voting for. And so that's why we're looking at LCEA or our stewards, somebody needs to look and make sure that we're not, I love because that's why I was asking you on your MOU, are you saying release time or are you saying work from home, which are two different things. So, we have some people that are exchanging extra work or loss of planning time for work from home. That's, to me, is not acceptable. Because basically, either we're not telling the truth about what we're doing, which I think is unprofessional, or it's not a reality, because the work is still gonna be there.
And when they're doing the vote, sometimes they're not presenting the current language with it, so some teachers don't know the current language, so they think they're getting a deal when they're not necessarily getting a deal.
And this is at more than one site.
I need examples so that I can see if I can address it. I will need to know exactly what schools and what's happening and what's being presented so that I can understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I mean, at the elementary level, anytime you have those, Wondrous Wednesday, Wacky Wednesday type of things where there's an exchange of like, hey, if you guys go for this, then I'll give you that. Those types of exchanges, especially if people aren't aware of what's in their contract language, is detrimental. Because a lot of times people don't understand like that their contract language is binding for them, and sometimes they're giving up more things. So as someone who is on site as a rep, like after they vote for those things and they come back and they're like, what? I don't have enough time, I need time to grade my papers and call my parents. It's like, well, what'd you vote for? Because you voted for this, but there's never an opportunity to really have people look at their contract language, or even have like a rep come up and talk about when these things are presented, what's the opposite side of that? Those things don't get presented, so people vote away their contract rights. So that's, I mean, if you're asking me as an educator here, that's something that I see. I would love to see before I get hired at a school that there's an MOU about my plan time. If that's a comfort choice for me, like, okay, if I go to this school, they give me more plan time. I get more time on my own to do what I think I need to do for my students, versus this school where that's already in the contract that they are mandated, because they voted for that before I got there. They're mandated to do that. So it's just a transparency piece that I think would be helpful. And I'm speaking to the elementary level, because I've taught in 3 different schools in this district that have chosen to do some type of wondrous, wacky, something Wednesday where the plan times have changed.
I believe in those schedules, they've changed, they've given plenty of time back.
And the other thing that this addresses is the unwritten MOU. It's an understanding at the site. If you will do this, if you will stay, if you will take your 5 minutes and stay and wait for the buses to come, then you'll get to work from home on the, teacher work days. But there's no MOU, there's nothing really in place.
And they're not,
that says-
if they're working from home, they're not
And they're
actually
working
getting
from
it.
home, they're not getting anything for it. So, but it's an understanding at the school. And so that's where this is coming from.
And it also has to do with being fair, because there's some schools, even before we added where they could work from home, there's some schools that allow the teachers to work from home on plannings without giving anything else up. They can work from home, and then you go to another school where, okay, if you give up one planning a week, so we can do collaborative planning twice a week, you can work from home during your planning days. So how is that equitable when we're trying to be equitable across the county? When you already have some teachers that are allowed, whole schools that can work from home no matter what, and then you have others that have to give up an extra planning to be able to do that. And work from home to give up another planning, you're not getting anything just because you're working from home. You're still losing that planning, because even if you're working from home, you're still having to work. And you're still giving up that planning time. So.
A lot of teachers choose that because they'd rather go home and not work. And I'm gonna say it out there because they choose to take the planning day because they don't wanna work, they've already done the work.
Right, but that's why I love your MOU. Keep going back to it, where you're just very transparent. This is release time because you've already done the work. So when we call something what it is not, I don't think we're doing the right thing.
I will move on right now so that I can at least finish this part.
Yes.
And we do not accept the student supervision wording there. Collaborative planning, other group meetings and provisions of subcard may be scheduled as follows, but not student supervision. We are, and I'm gonna let Mr. Fellner speak a little bit about this. We are striking out section A, and we're putting all instructional employees will be required to collaborative plan 2 times a week during their planning period and on Wednesday. Striking through B. Changing to.
Why are you adding an extra collaborative planning?
Well, I think it's kind of in the, if schools use Wednesday and a collaborative planning time, that is the 2. Right? Or if they give Wednesdays back, they have the 2 planning periods during, let's say, Tuesday, Thursday.
No, so what you're doing is giving them, you can choose. So basically what you're saying, let me reiterate, that if they decide to do common planning Tuesday and Thursday, then they do not have meetings on Wednesday.
Correct.
Correct.
And I think some schools do that now.
So really you're saying they can. Yeah, that you can.
I mean, that would be your
Five-
time. I mean, it's not, I'm not saying that you can go home early, right? I'm saying that would
Your
be
individual
your
plan.
individual
Yeah, if I.
self-directed.
Self-directed.
If I have planning on, common planning on Monday for bio and Wednesday isn't, or Thursday is an ESE training during my planning period, the expectation is Wednesday after school, that hour is the release, the
Self-directed.
self-directed, not really,
Yeah.
Very intriguing,
self-directed.
because it doesn't say this now, and some Wednesdays we don't have collaborative.
I know.
So I don't think we should be adding language that it has us meeting more than we do currently. Currently, it does not say this, it says 1 time per week, so to agree to more than we have, and sometimes that 5th Wednesday, we don't meet. And then it would be that I have to give up the individual plan time, and as somebody who does not have enough plan time, and most of us don't, the individual is so much more needed. So agreeing that we're gonna have 2 collaborative, and then I have to, like, right now, there are weeks where we have 3 IEP meetings. And then we have an individual meeting, and then we have training, and then, you know, like, all 5 are gone. So to sit here and agree that we're going to have 2, when it doesn't say that, to increase on our side at all, is just unacceptable.
Well, okay, I don't agree with unacceptable. I'm just coming from a lens that I believe in it so much that I think together we're stronger than me individually. I understand, how do I get all that time done outside that? That's the lens that I'm setting from.
I just want to say, I don't know that I've ever. Obviously, small sample size, I don't know that I've ever heard a teacher say that they think they benefit from the free planning time or that they want it. I mean,
Really?
I'm just being honest with you, I've
Yeah,
never.
and that hurts my heart.
The reason I think.
That's where I'm coming from, but here's the thing. Yeah, in my sense, you're asking for things. I'm asking for things that I believe in, that our team believes in, that we are a PLC district that believes in a model of collaboration. So that's the only reason. And you know what? You say, hey, no, we hear that, but I just wanted to make sure that's the lens that we sit from, that we believe in it. And I'm not disregarding how much work and effort and time that you have to spend.
Well, and the problem is that this is a contract that's binding, and I will tell you, most of us spend a great deal of time outside of school talking
Sure.
and collaborating anyway.
Sure.
Because you can't possibly do what we're
Right,
talking
no.
about without that.
No, I would say
collaboration.
high functioning teams, they spend lunch together. I mean, they do, right?
Exactly,
They want
but
to
it's
be.
not mandated, and that's the thing, and
Yeah.
the bottom line is when it hits crunch time, especially as you know, the problems we're having where we cannot get into peer and we cannot get it done. I must have my individual time, I just must have it, so I can call you later and meet with you about this and catch up real quick. But when you're putting a mandate in that I must meet twice a week, now I cannot leave. And now my principal cannot say you can go because you haven't met your 2, and then we have the day after the holiday and this and that. So putting anything that we must meet twice, we just can't, and that's why I say unacceptable, because like I said to you, I cannot tell you how many nights I am up till 9 o'clock writing an IEP meeting because I couldn't get in. And I gotta email you and ask for the paperwork, so, you know, we're pressured with this time, we're obviously dedicated people, but putting that in and giving more than we already did get when everything's getting struck out that we can't have, it's so.
Real quick, I also, I want to clarify, I think that where this has come from is, you know, I've seen the studies where it's like, what would help you guys, it basically is planning as a group, right? I think that what was meant with that response by most people was in addition to what we already have, whereas now it's not, okay, we have the planning time that we had before and we get to plan as a group, it's you get to plan as a group instead.
Right.
And that's where, and again, it comes to just the load at some point, you just literally can't do it anymore. I think everybody wants to collaborate is what I'm getting at. I don't think anybody disagrees with you.
But you disagree? Is that?
I'm not, I'm saying we're meant, that we will have a conversation at our next meeting.
You're fine.
Okay,
Thank you for listening, though. I appreciate that.
And thank you for your clarification.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
so the lettering was just changed based on that added language
Okay.
and the strike through, so. The letter D that was striking off, that first sentence is already part of the statement below. I just worded out, it was before it was written just the acronym, so I spelled out the acronyms. into the sentence. And you had it strike through on it, and I strike it. Because
These verbs are so.
ELL, right, ELL. ELL. Okay, the last sentence in that part, provisions for testing schedules will be determined by the Joint Leadership Committee. If testing schedules reduce an instructional employee's schedule planning period, this would be accounted for in the alternative schedule to give planning time back to the impacted instructional employees. I think we talked about this.
Yeah.
We would love, we always try to accommodate that, but testing schedules are testing schedules. We have to do testing. And sometimes it's quite impossible to give all that time back, or very challenging. So it's not something that we can completely be able to guarantee. Section 4, school schedules. Oh, I'm sorry. Moving down, there's a section, teacher instructional employees that accept, and then last sentence may be required to participate in additional collaborative planning or professional development during planning periods, but will be compensated at the instructional employee hourly rate for planning outside of the workday. And I did not agree to that language, but I believe schools already pay for teachers for writing teams outside, and they get paid at their hourly rate, if I recall correctly, when they do that work. So there's no need to have it, because when there's funding available for that, at least that happens a lot with Title I schools. And salary schedules. Almost salary, school schedules.
It's late, I know,
Like
right?
late.
I think this is the last one.
It's been a long. Okay. The Joint Leadership Committee will make recommendations regarding the scheduling of intervention, remediation, and acceleration block. See section 1E. The only reason that language was rejected is because it's already, I believe, Joint Leadership Committee meeting had discussions about that already. They provide input and all that, so there's no need to put it there. It's one of the many topics they can bring up and discuss during that committee meeting. The part that you strike through that we did not agree was the rest, which is not considered an additional instructional period. We already stated that it's not an instruction, all instructional staff for non-core curriculum. That whole section, it was strike through. We put it back in language. We did not agree.
We struck through it because it was already there. That's why.
We already have it.
It was already in the other section,
don't
so we
need it.
thought it was redundant.
Yeah.
So we need
say
a
it all
green
again.
strike through.
So we need a green strike through. Okay, let me review it and I'll
Oh, a green strike through. Okay, all right. It's blue right now.
make a section on that so that I can review that. The last portion of that, administrators should strive to keep the maximum number of preps at 3 for secondary. Full-time secondary classroom instructional employees may not be involuntary assigned more than 3 distinct preparations classes with different curricula during their teaching schedule. I don't think that's feasible. I mean, high school, you talk to me and tell me.
Fraser.
High school, Fraser.
Oh, boy.
Small schools.
How-
it's hard.
Is that possible?
No, absolutely not. Yeah, I've got 4, in some cases 5, and that's not even counting honors in general.
It's not something that's feasible. Instructional employees with more than 3 preps will be given justification for the assignment, and the instructional employees must agree to the assignment in writing. The instructional employees should have the autonomy to select the common planning PLP they wish to work with each week. That last sentence I can see, it's just the preps. I don't think it's feasible. I know for a fact AP, some courses have multiple
Yes.
multiple level APs within one course. And teachers like having those preps depending on the course. So I just don't see, to be able to schedule and offer programs, meeting that is not feasible.
I do, ask why you can't keep if you don't wanna do justification, but you can do the rationale for having more than three to give the teacher, to talk to the teacher about that. Is there a reason we can't do that? If a teacher has more than three preps, why can't the administrator have a conversation and talk to them about the rationale behind that?
I think yeah, and I think we could give, I would trust and hope that we do that anyway, that you just don't show up and you see that on your schedule. Not that, I mean, even if you disagree, I think that it's a push and pull just to see, well, what can we do? Yeah, I don't foresee that being an issue. Because again, I believe that should be happening already. So if you need the support to have it in language, that why didn't you have a conversation with them? They should.
Yeah, it's normally just CTE, it would be the 4.
Yeah.
Most-
And I think then the
Because
debate,
they have it.
Band.
it's like-
band, or if I'm or self-contained,
Self-contained.
you know, and sometimes there's a debate always, is honors different than standard, and most, if
Yes
they
and
teach
no.
it, yeah, right, so that becomes a debate that I know I've had with teachers too, depending on that conversation, so.
You're saying though that folks who are already carrying multiple preps are typically given some choice in the PLT that they're participating
I would
in.
say
so
yes.
they
Rotate
can
ours
issue
here. We
these-
let them take a week and they can go to one, and then if they need to go to another one the next week, we let those people rotate.
Self-select.
Yeah, for what they need to go to.
And some it's their symptoms.
Well, yeah, and sometimes I would say the same thing, they're singletons or they're high level, so I might need to collaborate actually virtually with another school if it's AP Calc or AP Chem, which is very few.
Maybe count.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
I talk to myself a lot.
So I made a note for the rationale and to explain them so I can figure out some language for that. Duty-free lunch, early dismissal, student early release, and the leaving during work hours is just the instructional employee language was all accepted. And there was one word that replaced development for learning. And then the early release you put of the Wednesday of that week, we accept that because that was the intent of that language.
All right, and for the record, I wanted to put in the 4-day work week that we got the planning time back, but Mr. Zamora said I couldn't do that, so
Yeah,
so no.
no, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, so
So,
we battle with ourselves, just to let you know, he does stand up for you as well, but.
okay, that's Article 11. And I have 12 and 17, but I can hold on those and do compensation because I want to bring back compensation today. So if you don't mind,
That way, you know, and that might.
we're gonna get to the money. Okay. And, okay. Hand out both of them, because there's 2 files that I need to go. I'm gonna hold the other one. I'm gonna do compensation.
Don't say anything.
You either. You know, I already know it,
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. Well, give me help. Do you have a copy for me? It's over here.
I hear you.
No, it's here. It's here. All right.
Yeah, I do, sorry.
Oh, I need. That was for. So we need one more first, and the first, the salary schedule.
Okay.
We did car, right?
Do you have all the copies? You should have 3 copies.
Well, 1 to 3. Well, with 2.
Oh, no, sorry, one is front and back, sorry.
Oh,
I have 3 copies. I have 3 copies. Okay. All right. So I'm going to,
One more.
so I'm gonna go through compensation and I'm gonna explain some numbers that are not there so that so that you can understand how I'm working. Wording. Okay, so. I will start with the top part. Obviously, if the year is 25, 26. And then
Salary.
I'm starting with not the schedules. I'm starting with the compensation with that one.
This one?
No,
The blue one.
the blue one. This one, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. The base salary for all instructional personnel will be increased through performance pay using the MOU, the TSIA MOU signed on October 1st. And by both parties and approved by the school board on October 13th. And performance pay is based on individual final summative rating. I corrected the year, it should have been 24, 25. And Lake County Schools Team Instructional Personal Evaluation System, those are the ratings. Obviously, I agreed to take off the other sentence because we're leaving the minimum the starting salary at 49.5. That table is the same table that's on the TSIA MOU, okay? So moving forward, additionally, compensation for instructional employees for the 25-26 school year with a final summative evaluation rating from the 24-25 LCS Team Instructional Personal Evaluation System that is highly effective or effective will receive the same corresponding one-time non-recurring bonus based on instructional employees contract. So you had put 1,200, 900, 960, 900. Based on the staff as of November 3rd, the cost for that is $3.3 million.
Now, with that, that was including the TSAI funds originally because we presented this as a proposal before the TSAI funds were negotiated. So that included the TSAI funds.
Yeah, it wasn't 400
It
plus.
wasn't, yeah,
Okay, so then,
1,200 was the raise, including any funding whatsoever.
right.
So therefore, so the 1,200 was 3.3. So if you back out the TSI.
it'll be 2 point something.
Literally like 2.1.
Correct. So basically the bonus, because it's not FRS, it's not tax, it's not taxed the same. So the cost for that bonus as a bonus, putting the same amount, it's it's 999, it's actually $1 million based on ratings, based on the staff that we have as of November 3rd.
For the amounts that you have there,
Correct, the 400, the 300, and the 320 will cost $1 million. And teacher compensation has always remained a priority of the school board. In years past, the school board has provided higher recurring salary increases. It remains a priority. It's just when the revenue is present, the board has not had an issue providing more salary. The board at the beginning, and I believe I stated it, and it's on the MOU, that 2.9 million that the board put on additionally was to cover the increase of healthcare, and that is compensation. So when you look at compensation, if you think about it, we're covering 1,042, the TSIA, the 400, 300, 320, plus now doing a bonus. If I were to add up all that, it's like giving about 1,842 for a highly effective teacher in total compensation. I know it does not look like that because you guys teachers are not seeing or paying from their own check the healthcare increase, but it's still compensation. And to make matters even further, I would explain this right now. We received the initial FTE report from DOE based on survey 2. Our initial FTE looks at, our public schools are about 400, if I recall correctly, it was 489. And I put in my notes 500, but it was 489 down in FTE. That's before they recalibrate. What does that mean? That when they recalibrate, they look at scholarships, they look at all the staffing, and then it typically goes further up. So it's gonna get worse before it gets better. When we get the initial FTE report from DOE, not from us calculating it, that's the number based on, remember the number that I gave you last, that we were down about 176 students, but I did not know what the FTE was. The FTE came back to us at 489 for our schools. Multiply that by 2. And multiply that by the typical average of 8,000 or 9,000 per kid, it comes out to about pretty much about $9 million, $8 million that we are expecting in shortfall moving forward. So it's not easy to say, but we don't have the funding coming in that we used to. So
Okay, so
So
you said initially, their number initially was minus 800. Or,
okay, 876 students less enrolled or in
Yeah.
actual seats.
Yeah.
But I also said that that's one student does not equal one
Yeah.
FTE.
Yeah.
The actual FTE came to 489 on our public schools. Multiply that by 2, because survey 3 will be those same kids will be missing. But again, that's without any recalibration. DOE sends the first report, and then come in January, March, they recalibrate that FTE.
why
So,
would we times it by 2 and then times it by 8,000? Because the 8,000 is for the year.
correct, because, but that's the first FTE, that's the first window, and then you do the same kids again, so it's
Right,
times
but
2.
But you wouldn't get, it wouldn't be $8,000 for them both times. It's $8,000 for one.
Correct, but the 489 times 2 is 1,000, 1,000 times 8. I'm only multiplying times 8 one time. The FTE gets multiplied twice. That is the first half,
The 487 is 0.5.
0.5
because
FTE.
It's the first semester.
correct?
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. So what, but it would still only be 489 times 8,000.
Yeah,
Because
but then
that's
it's gonna be the second semester would be 489 times 8,000.
what-
Okay, let me
So,
explain.
8,000
if you
is for
want-
the year.
Hold on. 489 times half of 8,000 is 4,000. Then when we have that same FTE again in survey 3, it will be another 4,000.
4,000, right?
So
that's
it's
what I
8
said,
million.
basically, I know one FTE is not one student, but if you double that FTE, it can be one student. Like if the minus 489.
You cannot compare FTE to student. One FTE does not equal one student. It's just
The
that's how.
question is, so how does, so I compared to what the state projected our FTE and our numbers to drop. This is better than the projections that they came with.
Right now,
into it?
it looks a little bit better. They projected us over
But
12 months.
so we're not projecting, like last year, it was a surprise when it was
Correct.
way below, so.
So they
we're projecting
projected
either
us.
better or about what the state.
Mr. Ward, when you looked at the report and the state projected us, I believe, if I recall,
1,500.
1,500.
Correct.
less.
So right now, the projection looks better than what it was projected. 1,500, I thought it was 1,200.
It
15
puts us-
1,500, 1,200, it's still
Yeah.
489 times 2, it's about 1,000. We're still a little bit better than what we were projected at, but we're still down. So that's what they projected. And the sad news that I have to also add to this is that I'm not sure if you're aware, but we have 2 more charter schools opening up next school year. One in the south by Lake Louisa and one by Sorrento. There was a third one that was supposed to open in Romandora, but I believe that one took back.
Yeah, we have a verbal.
We have a verbal, we haven't received it. The 2 schools that are planning on opening up, north and south with Sorrento area, Lake Louisa area, pretty much. And if we go by what the new charter school that just opened up, how many students they took, it's gonna impact us on top of that next school year. Those 2 schools are gonna be K-8s. The verbal that they said that they were taking it back near Mandor was supposed to be a high school, 9 through 12. And there were all 3 of them were charters. And at this time, we are starting to plan for what. It's not good news per se. So we're trying to make the best out of it, but I'm giving you everything that we know so far. And that is the reason for the bonus, the way it's stated there. And
Can you
Obvi-
clarify something?
Yes.
It's all confusing. The top number,
it's recurring.
is that recurring?
It stays in your base salary, moves your salary up.
Okay, then the next one is an additional bonus one time.
One time we pay out that amount.
So if you're a highly effective annual contract teacher, you would get $400 there and $400 here, which would be a total of $800?
Correct,
But it was, but the 400 would be included in your salary.
correct.
The
See,
other 400 would not
Would not
increase your
increase on-
salary. It's only a one-time thing.
it will
Thank
be,
you.
Exactly. That doesn't make sense.
and I will also add. Just to make it official, and DOE has communicated against with us. They're asking to know when the union's planning to ratify the TSIA salary increase allocations. I informed them that we had bargaining today and we have session scheduled bargaining next week. And that was all that I informed them, but I'm communicating that they're asking when the union is planning to ratify that language.
When we're done with our contract.
Okay.
Um,
Then the other salary schedule, so the salary schedules. That's that one, let me look at, I'll start with the
decided.
teacher one. The instructional salary placement, and you added the word for new hires, we accept that, we accept the year. And I highlighted the current employees' compensation is the performance pay appendix B section. What was the reason for adding that? It was just to say that it was part of appendix B?
It was just to clarify that if you are not a new teacher of the district, please don't look at the top of this. Please don't look at this table, because that has nothing to do with you if you're a current employee.
Okay,
So this
That's
is
all
where
it
you
was.
would go if you're
Yeah,
an
like-
employee.
all right.
Yeah.
Ignore
So-
the deal.
I don't have an issue with the language, I just wanted to make sure that that's what the intent was. And advanced degree differential for all new and current instructional employees. And that we accept crossing the statute because I know the statute changed. The first part, it stays the same. We do not accept the bottom. That would be an additional cost of $423,673. If I do it with those numbers. Currently, we have 222, I did the math as of November 3rd. We have 222 employees that are falling within that portion that are not aligned. Out of the 222 employees, 43 employees can get the 3,000 or the 3,950 or the 5,000. All they have to do is put it in the certificate.
How many?
43,
43 can take a test and increase.
an increase. So
How many
it,
can't?
Huh?
How many cannot? 43 can?
43 can out of the 222.
222 cannot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I'm gonna add this, potentially 222 total.
43.
43 could actually get it within the contract right now. Like, for example, I got 20-something people that have ed leadership. And leadership qualifies to put it on the certificate. If they put it, they don't have to become a principal, but they can have it in the certificate and get paid the $3,000. So
But if they're not teaching ed leadership,
as long as it's in the certificate, we pay it.
you pay that, okay.
It doesn't mean that you have to be doing the job. It has to be aligned and in your certificate.
But it had the verbiage and change.
So they have to add it to their certification.
There's some people that won't add it because, for example, they may have a ESC and they don't want to teach ESC students, so they don't want to add it.
But that's only 43 out of the 222 there.
43 out of the 222. There's actually a few more. Out of the 43 potentially, and I'm gonna add the word potentially because I picked up that out of the 43, 20 something of them, I know they can add it because they're ed leadership. The other ones are math, ESC. I know they align, so they can add it to the certificate. Typically, I am almost certain that those 43 can get it. there's actually more than 43 that can
Right, 'cause
potentially.
if there are people that have a degree, this has been just very frustrating, we've discussed this before, if you're an educator and you're not valuing their education, that's extremely frustrating, I understand the math. However, if, I'm grandfather, so I don't have the problem with that, but if a person is educated and I get that, what you're saying, if they take a test, they get that, but we need to value education as educators.
I value it, but I don't understand why they haven't added it to the
Right, then
certificate.
that's on them, and we need to tell them that.
I guess that's the question, wouldn't it technically this be a cost savings then, cause two of those people that don't add it pays for if one decides to add it, then.
I wanted to give you the information, and if the union likes, I will send you that data, but it's. Honestly, I do not understand why they don't add it. I do know some of them don't add it because they don't want courses. They don't wanna teach those courses, but
Well, because that can be very frustrating when all of a sudden you find yourself teaching something you did not ask to teach.
Yes.
so. The psychologist schedule, same thing, only one difference, the bottom. That's the psychologist schedule at the bottom, I didn't accept. Because I needed more data, I could not pick up any that would qualify for it. I went through all psychologists and they are all making specialist. Hey, they're on the specialist and schedule. There's only 3 that have a master's and I don't know if they have a specialist degree. So I will have to contact those 3 employees and find out if they have a doctorate or a specialist degree on record. So they have not provided any, I don't know out of all the psychologists, if they're holding a degree, that they have not provided us some data on it.
I think we expected really any.
There's none, I couldn't pick up any. So if I didn't accept with one, I did not want to accept with the other.
So we got word, today from, Suzanne Pridgen that the third calc, repayment is coming back.
Okay.
Is that money that we could discuss improving the bonus side? It's
That
another,
is a question that I can take back to
that's
the.
another $1 million that
Okay, I can
I'm
take,
assuming not like gonna be viewed as something that can be
you know,
spent.
I always
recurring.
tell my director of HR that HR is the last one to find out, so.
So just for clarification, the fourth calculation correction, we're not sure how they're gonna fix that and what that's gonna look like, but just for the third calculation, it looks to me like Lake is gonna be getting another $1 million, like
Okay.
1,010,000.
Pretty good.
Which even if we stick with it as a bonus application, you'd stretch a little farther because we're not taking FRS, right? Can you just really quickly, for my edification, explain why the bonus is being structured the same way as the salary adjustment? Is that just the default setting?
We're concerned with the budget the way it is and with forecast of what's happening with 2 schools opening and with the FTE being down. So
Mhm.
at that point, we're trying to be proactive with our budget. And we wanted to match, what the TSIA was at the very minimum. So we matched
So
the-
methodology for distribution, though, to do it based on the performance pay structure
We
when
wanted
it's
to
a
do it
bonus.
we wanted to structure the bonus the same as the TSIA, that's all. It was to set for it to be exactly the same. So if the teacher got 400 as a highly affected, they will get 400 as a bonus.
So wouldn't this be an opportunity to show that you value our veteran teachers by, instead of giving them the lower amount, to make it, at least make it even across the board for everybody?
Tiered on
Instead
experience
of,
or
or
something.
tiered on experience, a lot of districts
Okay.
are doing tiered on experience for supplements.
So give me an example, like a range. 25 to 30 years, get the highest, 20 to 20, something to that effect.
Something like that, like we're trying to
Very,
think
very
of how we
funny.
could problem solve, right?
All right, I will bring it to the board, because I have to take this obviously to the board for a decision. So I can actually work on some schedule that looks to that, and that, at least for the bonus part, and I can come back to it hopefully next week.
And how would the bonus payment be distributed? A single lump, or is it gonna be spread? Is it gonna be paid at the end of the year? Is it gonna be paid upon ratification?
Upon ratification, we go to payroll, we pay bonuses upon ratification and we add it to the, teachers get a normal check every bi-weekly. Just like the years of COVID, when they had that retention bonus, we included it in one of the checks. One-time payment, we don't spread out the bonus.
Okay,
We don't spread out the bonus, the base salary we do, not the bonus.
And just for clarification, the base salary would be retroactive from the beginning of the school year.
Correct. And I probably can add that language for make sure teachers understand that. Retroactive, yes, to the beginning of the year, correct. Beginning of the contract year.
Yeah.
so under this, the distribution methodology that you presented for the bonus, it's tied to the performance rating. So presumably if someone does not have an evaluation from last year, they would not get the bonus.
They don't get the bonus. Typically, those are new teachers this school year. They don't get a
You have
bonus.
people who might have taken a leave last year and
Well,
not have received a evaluation, so they would miss out on it.
They would miss out on it. That's how I structured it. Now I can calculate it and see how many of those we have that did not have an evaluation last year. A lot of the majority of them are resignations, retirements, but there's a few that were in FMLA, they were on maternity, or they were on sick bank, whatever reason, and they came back this year. I can find out how many of those and look to see what the cost is and see if I can include it.
Could you do that?
Yep, I can do that. Make a note of that, if that goes.
Would you be willing to share the spreadsheet you used to cost out the amounts?
Maybe.
It might help us to be able to think about creative solutions.
It's one of the same sheets that
I know. I
Give
just
you.
didn't want to.
I only
create
did
another
not
one.
do it. I did not do just. I will call you directly when I share that so that I can explain to you what I did, okay? Because I didn't do it like the last sheet that you had. I didn't have a table at the bottom to change numbers and all that. I did it by formula driven.
I would.
Okay. I will hold, Jessica, I'm gonna hold the last two articles, the ones that I thought I was gonna bring. To give you an opportunity if you wanna bring anything.
Yeah, I think we'll, wait on our counter proposals till next week, but I'd like to do our initial proposals.
Yeah.
Because those are the things that you're gonna have to come back with, Shai, yeah. Yes. please.
I understand. I'll sit here. Do what you gotta do. Initials.
Yeah.
Are you, Jessica, are you talking about the appendix C and D?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Hmm? Yeah. I'll see you right now. No. Take care, get out. No, go get it. No.
So you stay ready for you then, notice the
So just to clarify for our articles and for the appendix is that we know that with the tight with the tight budget that we have that with the proposals, even the ones that we initially proposed, isn't really enough to let our teachers know how much we appreciate them for all the work that they do. So that's why we have worked really hard with you on trying to get language that increases or benefits them in their working conditions, to show that we appreciate the work that they're doing. So, so we're gonna start with or Appendix C. So the first thing is, if you go to page 3, the athletic trainers, we're asking that they be allowed to have the option to be an athletic director as well, or an assistant director. So we added that language. The rationale behind that is they don't start their day until about 1:30, and then they work until the end of practice or the game, whatever the case may be for that day. As an athletic director or assistant director, they would be able to come in early and work on scheduling, work on securing referees and buses and all of that. And also, if it's an issue of conflict of interest, there's usually there's always 2 athletic directors, or an athletic director and assistant director, as well as an administrator. So that would help with the issue of a conflict, conflict of interest. Oops.
So to make sure, do you want the athletic trainer to be,
eligible to be an athletic director or
athletic
assistant?
director?
Yes. And then we also would like to request a committee to work on language for the middle school for next season. Because there's been some issues with the middle school supplements with sports, specifically with sports.
School supplements for sports, what are some of the issues?
So for instance, there is, they limit how many, coaches there can be and assistant coaches. So we had a, cheer coach, for instance, that in the past, she got the full amount, her and her assistant, and then this year, or I'm sorry, then the following year, they tried giving her only half the amount and the assistant coach only half of the assistant coach amount. Because of the way they broke up the stuff. So we wanted, there needs to be more, it's very confusing if you read this language. So we want to make it more clear and cohesive so that there's more understanding. So we would like to have a committee to work together to do that.
Can you email me some examples so that I can look back and look at those sheets and figure out what's going on at those, like that particular one, so that I can see?
That one in particular was taken care of, but
Okay,
it's still an issue for in the future, especially because they have it limited on 12, but then if you have 6, you have 6 sports, and if you are doing it for both girls and boys, that's only 1 coach for each one, and no assistant coaches at all. So there's some confusion on that and how it would work. And then there's also language about intramural sports, and it's very confusing the way it's written. So we want to get together and have instead of doing it during this season, we want to be able to work on it together so we can have it for our next bargaining season.
okay, so that is. I will get
Supplement
with- that's
schedules
under
takes
Miss-
a lot of work,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I will get with Mr. Farnsworth because that's on their athletic sides.
So
That's why I wondering, because I didn't see any language and I
no,
was.
that's the only,
Okay.
yeah, that was the only language we changed.
Okay, I'll ask her.
Oh, I did also have one other question for the appendix C before we go on. Water polo was listed as a pilot, so we were wondering how that pilot was going and if it's still, yeah, if it's still in process or was it successful or not? Autopilot?
We got one water
Okay.
polo between schools.
Yeah.
So all of our kids go.
I'll get updates for you on that.
Okay. Okay, so appendix D. We crossed out the top, because of location to make it more cohesive. We brought it down below the activities. And separated it out depending on what it was. So team expert is with the team expert part and all that. We added activities, so it's high school activities, and middle school activities. We also added dance. Because we do have, some schools that have dance.
Okay.
On the backside for the grade level chairs, the grade level department chair and team lead. It's based off of how many, employees are in the, level or in that group, depending on how much you get. So for each, school will have the opportunity to have paid activities. Clubs are listed in the table above. For the grade and department chair, each work site will have a department or grade chair for every department. Stipends will be paid out to the chair based on the above amounts per the number of instructional employees in each department. Some schools we're finding have either a grade or department chair for the most part. And then some have team leaders or professional learning team leaders where they're responsible for planning the PLTs for their group. So each work site will have a team leader or PLT leader for every team or PLT. Stipends will be paid out to leader based on the above amounts per the number of instructional employees on each team.
Question. So
Yes.
you don't want them splitting. That's what I'm gathering from this. You don't want them splitting the workload.
It's not that there is, the issue that's happening is they're not necessarily splitting the workload. So what's happening is you have a department chair who's doing lessons for that department, but then you have, so for instance, in high school, I'm gonna use an example. You have, a high school science department chair that does stuff for that department, but then you also have someone who is the team lead for biology that has 4 or 5 people on their team and they're doing PLTs for that specific subject area. So they're having to do all the planning, all the agenda, they're doing everything for that department. So they're not splitting, they're doing 2 different jobs. In some cases.
Okay.
So there we added the team expert, the district department will have more than 20 in one position site in district departments with more than 20 instructional employees. That's to include the different departments that aren't a site, the school site, that still needs someone to help them with their team evaluations.
So just to clarify for me, is that 2 stipends then to your example, like the science department chair would have one and then the biology PLT
Will have
team
another.
lead would have another, so that is an extra cost, right?
N-
Or are you splitting the stipend into 2 different buckets?
No, the one. You wanna pay them each the full amount.
The amount that they get, right, it would be
Okay.
different depending on what they're.
That's what, that's.
I wanted, yeah.
Yeah.
What if it's the same individual?
Then folks.
They will get both of them.
That's what she's saying. Right, if I'm the department chair and the team lead, I would get both supplements, about one
Is
person.
that what you're saying? That's not what you're saying. She's not saying.
Cause it happens.
It does happen.
It does happen, so that's a really good question.
Can we get back to you on that?
Please.
Yeah, there's some, but there are some old.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah. I'll be quiet. I won't ask any more questions.
No, you're good. You're good.
For the team expert, we moved, that's where we moved the stipend amount. We didn't change it, we just moved it. We changed they to team experts and teachers from instructional employees.
Yeah, and I see you crossed out a couple of parts there.
Yes, helping them to complete a doable practice plan. I think the rest should be, I think it's redundant by putting the rest in there, right?
Yeah, we.
Yeah, I remember what,
Manage, because that really isn't first of all, that really wouldn't be something one team expert in a high school with 100 teachers could possibly do.
no, the whole intent behind that language was to help somebody new that needed to know where to put things or what to
Right,
click on. not-
Right, but
Not,
that's
yeah.
supposedly another little category.
Could I ask one clarifying question about the, additionally, they will work with any instructional employee? So it says specifically for new employees for a deliberate practice plan, but what if you have an established employee that needs help with their deliberate practice plan?
That's that they will work with any instructional employee needing support and guidance, so.
If it says additionally, they will work with any instructional employee
The
needing
team
support
expert
guidance.
training, that's what they say, that you think you're.
Right, I just
supposed
was
to do
curious of why it's specifically listed as deliberate practice plan for new and then not for someone who's not new.
Well, I think the top one, it says they will for new, it's like, it's kind of required that they work
I
with
see.
new. But the bottom part, if you go to the next sentence, it says they will for those who need the support.
Okay.
Missy, that's how it was originally.
Oh.
If that's the same language.
We just changed teacher to instructional employee. So for the site-based mentor, we made, some adjustments here, so, if the mentor is a 1A with less than 1 year experience, we did 960. Where that comes from, it's the 460 that's already in the contract, plus the 500 from the MOU, together is the 960. That's them working with them for the full year. And then if it's, with more than 1 year experience, they would only work with them for a semester. And that would be 350. The other thing we added was, some of this we just clarified on the language on what the category 1 was. And that's what the first 2 bullets are. And then the second one is if an instructional employee, they should have a mentor that is in a similar position as them. For instance, if it's an SLP, a new SLP, they should have an SLP working with them, because they're gonna know their job better than somebody else that's not working in the same position. And then if a work site-based mentor is not available or appropriate, then another instructional employee within the district will be assigned as the mentor. An example also would be a media specialist. There's only one media specialist on campus. Somebody else helping them on their campus is not necessarily the best fit for what they need. It'd be better if they had a media specialist from within the district to be able to be their mentor.
Okay.
We also crossed out instruction or teacher and an instructional employee. We said meetings will occur at a mutually agreed upon time. We crossed out the rest and said that the scope of the mentor responsibility will be provided in the peer mentoring training. So if they're taking that, it's a requirement for them to take that training, so that will give them their scope of their responsibilities.
Okay.
We changed teachers to instructional, or added instructional employee for the first one. We changed teacher to the site-based mentor instructional employee. The second one, teacher to instructional employee, we changed they to the mentor. Teacher that to say site-based mentor instructional employee. And we crossed out the count of teachers, in the base of site-based mentor with the understanding that the site-based mentor leads or teacher induction support team leads. Oh wait, I'm sorry. So we crossed out that table because that was the thought, at least correct me if I'm wrong. The thought behind that would be similar to what you did this year with the MOU that you wanted to do. It was decided by teacher, the professional learning department. Who would be the mentees. And then, so that would be how you would know which mentors would be through them. And, there, was a 1 to 2, no more than 1 to 2, 1 mentor for 2 mentees was what, Dr. Scott.
So how many site-based mentors are you talking about for
It's
school?
gonna depend on, the professional learning.
Okay,
So like it does with the, like now, they're the ones who's going to decide, that.
okay.
The team lead, the TIS lead that has an instructional employee assign the duties of the TIS lead will receive up $460 for additional duties and responsibility assigned to the TIS lead. We crossed out the clubs and sponsors because it was actually moved up to where it talks about the grade level chairs, so we just moved that.
So that's just moved up.
Yes. Right?
Mm,
Hold on.
No,
No, it doesn't have the clubs on there.
so is it missing?
Yeah. It needs to be added to that where it says club sponsors. Sorry, I'll add that and resend it.
So this needs to be added.
Yeah, it just needs to
It's
be,
gotta be added to the other part where.
we're on
talks about it.
page 2. Yes,
On page 2.
Yeah, I'm just notating it to page 2. Okay,
For that first paragraph.
there,
That's for the. Yeah. This table. Okay, so on page 5, we just changed teachers to instructional employee. And actually, page 5, under the National Florida History Fair Day, instructional employees should have been bolded and underlined.
oh,
Change teachers
it.
for that.
I see it.
That's what, oh, and under science fair also,
Under science fair,
yeah. It's on the same page 5. There's right above both tables.
oh, on that page. Okay,
Okay, so on instructional or in-service instructors compensation, we changed teachers to instructional employees, which should have been underlined in bold, sorry. And we crossed out, the last sentence, the district employee contract must be signed by all parties in order for payment to, occur. We did add that Wednesday early release in service compensation. Instructional employees who develop and facilitate work site-based professional learning outside of their job description duties will be compensated 1 additional hour of pay for prep time outside contract hours with principal approval. For the Title I or under Title I, I'm sorry, there should have been another heading there. For advanced placement, IB and ACE and CTE exams. We did instructional employees who teach those courses will earn $50 per student who passes the course. Exams to be paid out before December of the following school year. Which is what they already get, is the $50, this is just the codified it.
oh, so you're saying this is not adding what they're,
No, this is what they get. This is
This-
codifying what it's codifying. It's putting in language.
It's not.
that's not our funds.
Then at the page 7, we added ESE school specialists. With more than 400 students with IEPs will receive an annual $500 supplement. And a high school testing coordinator with a site with more than 2,000 or more students will receive a $500 supplement. That's a lot more work when you have over 2,000 students.
You are correct.
Thank you. And when you have a lot more, when you have over 400.
No, I, in all honesty, I understand testing coordinators, and ESE also, I understand.
There's one other thing that's not on here that I would like to bring forward.
Mhm.
As, so we had discussed with Rob Oyer, before he left, this language or something similar to this. We were talking about a possible, benefit liaison, so kind of like a team expert, but for benefits. Where, somebody at the work site would be responsible to the joint insurance advisory insurance committee would be responsible putting together a training and then train them to be able to help our employees at the site when it's time for open enrollment. And the reason that we thought about this is because, and I'm bringing to this, like, I'd like to have more conversation with joint advisory insurance committee, including SEIU on this, because it's a thing that affects everybody. The reason is when the, my employee benefits came, they, when people went to them, we had a lot of complaints that they couldn't help them with the benefits. All they could do was help them fill out the online form, which the whole point of having them was to be able to help them with the benefits. So when we talked to Rob about this, he said, well, if we did something like this, then they wouldn't have to necessarily go with my employee benefits because they pay more through my employee benefits for the software program because they offer that in-person help. Well, if they're not actually giving us what we need and we can take that money and pay our employees to do it, then we can save money by going with another company that doesn't have that, that's cheaper, that still has the software that we need. Because that's where we pay the majority of the money is for the software.
Okay, we just hired Rob Boyer's replacement.
Okay,
So,
do you know who that is?
I don't have the name.
Okay,
I know that he does not start until, I think it's right before Thanksgiving, it'll probably be right after Thanksgiving. And it's something that I will have to discuss with him. I mean, I understand the stipend, so I have to figure out the cost per school, obviously, what it is, but at least that portion of what you explained is something to discuss during the.
right, and this supplement the thought would be, it would come out of that insurance fund because they would be saving money on that,
Correct.
on them.
And
So
I get it, I get all that, it's just. That would be something that I would like for him to be part of and that committee to be.
Right, and that's why we thought we could do it as a committee and then we could come back as it with an MOU and we wanted to do it with conjunction with the SEIU because it does not necessarily have to be an instructional employee. It could be a non-instructional employee doing the same thing.
Okay.
So we wanted to do it in conjunction.
Okay.
Okay.
I understand.
And it would also be for, as new employees come in, so it's not just open enrollment, because new employees come in, it's a little overwhelming, the whole benefits thing.
Okay.
Can you hold out for a couple to finish, because these are quick. They're
I
ones that we've
can, I wanna
already-
hold it. If they wanna leave, if you don't mind me being the one staying behind, that's fine.
I'm good with that, because we're trying to get done as, can we put another meeting on the books while we're here real quick on the 19th, just in case, because we're gonna have to TA everything. So I'm hoping we can come back on the 12th and finish everything, and then we can TA on the 19th. Are you available?
Well, if you're saying that we're gonna TA, yes, I'm gonna be available. I would like to be available.
That's the goal.
You know, what we would like is to
Yes,
get
I
as
can
much
schedule the
language
19th. Yes, I don't have anything on the 19th.
mutually agreed upon as possible. And
I understand.
So that's,
Let me, and go ahead and put it on your books. I'll put it on my books for the 19th.
Okay, so we're gonna do 4 real quick.
But I'm gonna hold you to it. Yeah,
I'm trying.
we've got contract before next year.
We're trying to get done before Thanksgiving. So that would be,
and I'll bring your proposals of compensation to the board. I'm meeting with them before next week, so. Know that I have a planned meeting with them, so I'm trying to see what, and now that I know about the other, so then I'll ask. Is this only one or?
that's one, and I do have one more, but this is 4, so this will be quick. Do you want me to go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
So actually in 4, we agreed with everything except if you go to the last page. We added, association meeting announcements may be made using the building communication system before or after the student day with prior permission of the administration. That's why I said it was quick.
Okay.
What, I mean, so.
Oh, wait.
What kind of announcement do you wanna make?
It would be the meeting,
Intercom or?
Yeah,
the meeting.
Or just.
The media center.
the meeting, LCA will be meeting at the media center at X time.
Okay.
Okay, it would be that type of thing. And I'm sorry, I did miss one thing, page 2. We in the spirit of trying to be collaborative and compromising, we've agreed to keep the language, except we would like to take out and such denial will be non-grievable for both section 4 and 5. What's it? Ready?
Where, under school?
Yeah.
I think so. I may have missed not turning that green.
And I believe under conduct, that should be green.
I
The
thought
cross,
too.
yeah, the
The
cross,
cross out should be green, I believe.
because we reworded it, that's. what it
Right,
was,
yes,
right?
yeah.
Yes,
So that's fine.
yes, and hey, I forgot to turn it green.
So you're talking about removing such an as agreeable, and then this should be green. Okay. I will let you know on the next one.
Okay, and this is the last.
Yeah, it's just some way to appeal that, you know, so, because if it's a unilateral decision and we don't have any discussion, we'd like to have a way to have discussion. If
Thank you.
I didn't bring.
because I think.
You're gonna have to play photos, I really apologize. Nothing that I really sorry. Nothing that I open.
What's it called?
Okay, we had already agreed on this, on several, this is just another one, but I'm not sure what it is.
And then this is article 18.
Is this your bag?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, it's very good. Oh, I'm so.
I had something for them on it.
There's on.
I think give it to a question.
You know what I did? Get those like. I've left them the correct thing. That's awesome here at 6:45 this morning, so, so this should count as my night of extra.
You volunteered.
Tickets, anyone?
We're just confirming something that we think is supposed to be green that wasn't, so,
Yeah, there's some
We're-
stuff that I've seen that.
yeah.
So what page was that?
Let's.
She said it's not.
Maternity
It's
leave.
not a Monday or Friday, so.
It's too
Yeah,
hard to
it's either-
say.
No, it's very easy. So you have Red Rover.
You might have gotten rid of
I'm just kidding.
Kids, I can't. That's why.
Something.
Any of you know where to turn off the light in here? 'Cause
Yeah. Oh, she's already turning everything off. It's like, kind of like, I'm not saying you gotta go home, but you can't stay here.
It's one of those things.
Yeah, but the doors being, I'll text her to make sure the doors are locked.
Like, are we gonna lock this in? Like,
No, we can
You can always
leave.
get out.
We can always get out. It's just,
Yeah.
I just wanna make sure some of the doors were
Yeah.
unlocked. I wanna make sure they're locked back.
Yeah, but they're- be up there soon, being like, what are you people doing? Go home.
Yeah. Is your bookkeeper still here?
No, but she answers a lot of
Okay.
all that stuff. I'm sure there's a sport going on.
Okay, so all of, page 2 and 3 should be green.
Okay?
But-
About, okay, green. Okay. Okay,
That's pretty good as I got.
5 is green,
it's already green, yeah.
yep.
Six,
Section 8 is all green.
6, you had something at the top in blue, rating cross, but you okay with it being green?
Wait, where are you?
6 at the top.
Page-
Rating, you had the word rating, is that supposed to be green? I thought so, I just,
Yes.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, yeah.
yeah, okay, that's fine, all green. Page 7 at the bottom.
Okay, so what is the point of having if positions are available, because, we have same position or an equivalent position.
Correct, it might be that the same exact position might not be available at the same place, so we have to place them, so if such position is available, I will place them there, if not, I'm gonna have to find another position.
But wouldn't that be an equivalent position? Because it says same position or an equivalent, so can't we cross out if such position is available? Because wouldn't the equivalent be,
Let me double check, because this is something that I discussed with Mr. Myers.
okay,
That's why it's still blue.
yeah.
Correct, that's fine.
Look, I go the right way.
There was a reason for it, because we had examples, so let me just discuss it with him.
Okay. 8, everything's green.
9, everything's green,
Mhm.
and then the last one,
Oh,
Wait, we're missing something.
other customers. Or eligible, yeah.
Okay, so bereavement, there's a couple things, we put, are eligible for up to 2 days of paid, in the event of a death and in the instructional employee's immediate family in order to attend, to related issues. We also added other close relative to and to have the same language that we have under,
It was earlier in this.
yeah,
Wasn't it? Something for FMLA maybe?
There's another place where it is. It's under sick leave.
section 2.
Here it is. Section 2, first paragraph.
Yes,
Okay.
section 2, first paragraph. And I would also like to, ask you, I wanna. We asked about, adding marriage, changing the language, so it did, by marriage or by blood or by adoption. And your comment was you didn't want to expand the definition.
Correct.
But you also said that you go by FMLA's, definition, correct?
Correct, and I
So-
brought that today, just in case.
So if you go to FMLA. Fact sheet 28C and 28B, and I have copies for you.
I got them,
Can you
I
give-
printed, I know exactly where you're talking, because
The wage
I,
and hour division.
It says. That under the FMLA. A child includes an employee's biological, adopted step or foster child, a legal ward, or a child to whom the employee stands in local parentis. Standing in local parentis means a person
In the role of a
is in
parent.
the role of parent. Also, under the parent one,
it has to be biological step foster or any other individual who stood in local parentis to the employee when the
Right.
employee was a child.
so,
This does not
It
include
wouldn't-
parents-in-law.
but. It does include step parents. So, 'cause
If
one of the
they're-
conversations we had was that because of step parents. We had a employee who was denied, leave because it was a step parent. And were told that that's not covered in the contract. Except if you're going by FMLA, which we're supposed to, from my understanding, it is included in that. So even if we're not stating in, step parent in the contract, it is included under the definition.
Do you have do you have that, can you,
I don't have the name on top, I don't know the name, I can find out for you.
if you can, if, I'm gonna ask Mr. Mark, because he might know who it is, so just to see. And what was the reasoning behind it.
And I also wanted to also make it, put it on record that this could include grandparents. So if a grandparent was the one who raised them, even if it was not by legal means, because, it states in here that it doesn't have to be legal, they were standing in place of the parent, then that would be considered.
Correct, if they are the ones living with the child, they were the ones raising the kid, yes, I do understand. And I believe that's what the intent was with the language when it said, or other members of own household, because they were standing for them,
Other close relative.
close relatives, so. That's what I had brought as notes, so I do understand that.
And then, I'm sorry. On the top of page 10, we put the district will provide information and guidance on FMLA. And that would be in the case when they need it, right?
Yes.
So if they need more clarification of, employee needs help
We
with
we
that.
do that, yeah, we do that already.
So it's just codifying it.
Now you're asking for bereavement for each occurrence of a qualified death? I thought I had,
Yes. Can't have that many people. I only got one mom, one dad, one aunt, one uncle.
But how many scenarios do you have where
I
mom passes and then?
I knew of
then-
one, I don't know how many, I have to go double check, that's all.
Yeah, I understand we're gonna get, the fiscal.
Nobody
amount,
wants to
but
be in this club.
I've been here like. I
It's
said,
not-
since
it's not when
2003, and I
people
haven't had any,
willingly
they all
step
died this
into.
year.
I do know that we had one scenario, but we made it right, I do know that, we discussed that,
Right. And again, if we're doing it for one, we should do it for all.
I understand.
And then the cumulative is just a correction of the word. I looked it up.
You're not accumulating.
I will bring this back with, next week with the other articles that I'm pending. Because I was
Yeah.
gonna bring back. What did I miss bringing back
Right?
tonight?
Wow.
12, 17. Okay. I did find out your answer on workman's comp. If the employee goes to work at a school outside contract hours and they have written permission from the principal, like they send an email, can I work after school late, whatever? And they get hurt, it's covered under workman's comp. If the employee goes on a Saturday to school without permission and they get hurt, and they did not notify administration, they were not approved to be at work, it's not covered. So that's just the standard procedure on it, and that's by workman's comp rules and statutes. It is covered within, as long as we gave permission to that employee to be in campus.
Do you know if that rule is covered on the big posters that go out the work sites?
That I do not know. That
That
I
might
do
be
not.
something worth
I
sharing
can-
publicly.
I can check, but I do not know if it's listed there, but I did ask about the workman's comp and that's how it works.
Right.
So, and typically, we've had cases that people get hurt, but they have permission from the administration and we've covered it.
Except we're not supposed to stand on desks and stuff like that.
Correct, we're not supposed to stand on desk or
Yeah.
chairs.
My favorite is standing on the rolling chair.
The MOU for mentors,
That was why we added the language in here
also
for
you,
this.
okay,
So then because we've been doing that MOU, I mean, I know it's changed a little bit. But we've been doing that MOU for several years now, so we think it's time to add it into the contract. And this is doing that 500, but doing it with what's already in the contract.
correct, but that MOU was being, just to be clear, that MOU was being brought because there were funds given to us by the DIET Foundation. Not because we're going from general fund. Putting it in contract means it's general fund. So that's my concern. But I understand, I will discuss it and back to you. Is that it?
The 19th.
Yeah, we're doing we're coming back, we're at your.
So 12, we're coming back
12
next
at
week on the
your-
12th.
Yeah,
At
and
the
then
district
the
office.
19th will meet again. Hopefully in TA.
Okay,
To be determined time.
to be determined, time, would you communicate with us the time for the 19th?
Yeah. Oh, that'll be
Wouldn't
us.
it be 4 to 6?
That's fine, but would it be at the LCA office?
As of right now, yes.
Okay.
If we change it, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay.
Then it is, are we good to?
Mhm.
It is 8:33 PM. This concludes bargaining and between LCF and LCA. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.